You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey sports fans, The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
good night,
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus to help keep your engine running like new. Save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell and engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves and bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Full slate of Major League Baseball tonight. Big one, 9:40 Eastern. The Atlanta Braves, 33-23 on the year, take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in Phoenix. Charlie Morton on the mound for the Braves. Merrill Kelly for the Dbacks. Morton's 5-5 with a 3.59 ERA. Kelly 6-3 with a 2.83. Though Atlanta is -130 on the money line, over/under is 9. 7:10 Eastern, the Bluejays and Mets get going. Bassett versus Verlander. Chris Bassett returns home to Citi Field, where he played for the Mets up until last year. Bassett's 5-4 with a 3.8. Verlander 2-2 with a 4.8. Mets are -140 on the money line. The over/under is 8.5. Phillies are at the Nats tonight. Zach Wheeler versus Josiah Gray. Wheeler 4-4 with a 3.6. Gray 4-5 with the 2.77. The A's are at the Marlins. That game starts it all off at 6:40. Harris at Cabrera. Miami -195 on the money line. The over/under is 8.5. Got a couple rivalries going on this weekend. Cardinals and Pirates. Flaherty versus Contreras. St. Louis favored -135. Tampa Bay Rays and Boston Red Sox renew their rivalry. Tyler Glasnow will head to the Hill, his second game of the season. Whitlock is on the bump for Boston. The action in Fenway Park gets going at 7:10 Eastern. Mariners at the Rangers, 8:05. Castillo versus Gray. Should be a good pitching matchup. Seattle favored -125 on the money line. Angels are at the Astros. Framber Valdez start was bumped for the showdown with Shohei Ohtani. Valdez, 5-4 with the 2.38 ERA. Ohtani, 5-1 with the 2.91. Angels and Astros neck and neck, second and third in the AL West. Guardians are at the Twins. Savale versus Bailey Ober. That game is on Apple TV Plus at 8:10. Rockies at the Royals at 8:10. Anderson versus Lyles. The Tigers are at the White Sox. Olsen on the hill for Detroit. Cubs at the Padres out west. 9:40 pitch. Jamison Tyon's going to try to get it right versus Michael Wacha. San Diego minus 165 on the money line. The over-under 8.5. Yankees and Dodgers. Tinseltown versus Broadway. Series gets going tonight. L.A. with Kershaw is a minus 140 on the money line. Severino on the hill for the Pinstripes. The over-under 8.5. And the Orioles are at the Giants. Should be a great series as well. Kramer versus Logan Webb. San Fran minus 160. Over-under is 8. With June arriving in our tradition of Football Fridays, we're going to give you a college football schedule every Friday leading up to the season. We'll get it going here with the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets starting on September 1st. A Thursday night game, 7:30 Eastern. Georgia Tech hosts Louisville. Following week, Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock kickoff, they'll welcome in South Carolina State. On September 16th, SEC Network, 7:30 Eastern, Georgia Tech will travel to Ole Miss. The Ramblin' Wreck and Rebels battling in the Grove. Kickoff is at 7:30 Eastern. The rest of these times are to be determined. September 23rd at Wake Forest. September 30th at home against Bowling Green. And October 7th, travel down to Coral Gables to take on the Hurricanes. October 21st at home against Boston College. In North Carolina comes a knockin' October 28th. The month of November looks like this. On the 4th, Georgia Tech is at Virginia. On the 11th, they travel to Clemson. They come home on the 18th to battle Syracuse. And November 25th, at home against the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll do the same for the National Football League on Thursdays. Teams of interest around the Southeast and beyond to get you ready for the upcoming 2023 season. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller. You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, but I don't know much, but I know one thing. I hit the wrong button, and it freaked me out for a second. So we'll try to get it together. Let's go.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I'm doing pretty good. Hit the wrong button. I didn't know what in the hell I was listening to. I was like, that's my voice, but I'm not talking. What am I listening to? There we go. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Okay. We got us a big series this weekend. We're going to get you ready for it right now as the Braves are going into Arizona. They got in yesterday after the game Wednesday after the game, excuse me. And which, look, I think it's good that they had the day off to kind of reset after a tough series against Oakland where they didn't play well. There's no two ways about it. We can sit here and try to spin it and blame it on numerous things, which I do believe that the travel after a Sunday night on a Memorial Day weekend, I do think that had something to do with it. But anyway, you look at it, we played very poorly. Very poorly. And now we go into what I believe is going to be a series that very well could be a preview of a playoff opponent. Arizona is playing very good baseball at this point. They are 34-23. Tied with the Los Angeles Dodgers atop the NL West. By the way, what a great weekend for NL West baseball. We'll get into that here in 1 second. But there are 3 really good matchups in the NL West going into the weekend. But Arizona 34-23. Dodgers 34-23. They are both tied for the best record in the National League, a half game in front of your Atlanta Braves. Braves come stumbling in. We're 4-6 in our last 10. You look at what Arizona's done. There's 7 of their last 10 they've won. So we're playing a team that's much hotter. They're on a 5-game winning streak. To add all that. Now, I would much rather play a very good team on a 5-game winning streak than a very good team on a 5-game losing streak. You get them on a 5-game losing streak, it's kind of like backing a dangerous wild animal into a corner. It's not really what you want. And I feel like that we got Oakland's best effort because they were coming in on an 11-game losing streak, even though they're not one of the better teams. Arizona's a damn good baseball team. And this is what the matchups are going to look like going in to the weekend. Now, real quick, I do want to hit what I was talking about just a second ago, and then we'll get back into Braves, Arizona. This weekend in Major League Baseball, you've got a handful of really interesting matchups, and they come at the perfect time, right? The NBA's not playing this weekend, not till late Sunday night. So for all intents and purposes, they're not playing this weekend. The NHL's only got 1 game, and that's Saturday night, and it's 2 teams that are pretty irrelevant at this point, Florida and Nevada. Teams of those fan bases are going to be into it. But other than that, that's going to be Snore City, right? And you can really focus, if you're a baseball fan, you can really focus on that. Now, I will say this, you do have the Women's College World Series going on, and you got the Men's College Baseball Championships going on. And the men's college baseball, they're just getting going. The guys going today, we'll hit that scoreboard in a little bit, but they are in day 1 of the regionals. The Women's College World Series, they played 3 games yesterday. One got rained out, and so they got a full day of softball in front of them. But other than that, you don't have a lot of things going on in the world of sports. They're going to grab your attention. And so listen to these matchups that are going to be going on in Major League Baseball this weekend. You got Tampa Bay and Boston. It's incredibly huge series for the Red Sox. And Tampa Bay normally plays very well against Boston, no matter the circumstances. And they got Glasnow on the mound tonight, but in general, that's going to be a fun series. Toronto is at the New York Mets. That should be a fun series. Chris Bassett's on the mound tonight for Toronto versus Verlander. Seattle is at Texas. That's a pretty good series in its own right, but Seattle's really got to get it together. Texas is playing really good baseball, and the Angels are at Houston. That's actually a huge series because they're neck and neck, second and third in the AL West. And tonight it's Ohtani versus Framber Valdez. Then in the AL Central, you've got Cleveland and Minnesota. And that's a big series in that division. Now, Phillies playing Washington. You can't call that a big series. It's not necessarily a big series, but St. Louis is at Pittsburgh. And it's an important series for the Cardinals, an important series for the Pirates, for that matter. Then you go down to what's going on out west this weekend. You've got the Atlanta-Arizona series. Obviously, we're going to get into that here in 1 second. Chicago's at San Diego. Kind of an interesting one. Cubs are playing poor baseball right now, but they've got the ability to turn things around, and San Diego is playing well below their expectations at this point in the season. And then you've got Baltimore at San Francisco. That's a big series. San Francisco's pulled themselves to 500 baseball. They started off atrociously. I think they were at 1.67 games, maybe even 8 games under 500. They've played outstanding baseball the past 3 weeks. And then what would be considered the big one for the television markets, the New York Yankees are at the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I believe that's your Sunday night baseball game as well. So a huge weekend in Major League Baseball. I'm counting it as 8 big series in Major League Baseball this weekend. And if you want to count like the Chicago, San Diego's, whatnot, you could round it up to around 10, even 11 series that really matter. I mean, the only ones you're not really paying attention to are ones like Colorado, Kansas City, Detroit, and the White Sox, that kind of stuff. But other than that, you're getting big time matchups here in the first weekend of June. And I'm looking forward to all of it. So it's kind of nice that the Braves are going to be playing. The late tilts on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon, late Sunday afternoon, because it gives you an opportunity, if you're just a big baseball fan in general, to catch some other teams. So that's the advantage for when I know we all get annoyed when the Braves are out on the West Coast, because a lot of times we can't stay up that late to watch it and whatnot. But especially you're like, am I going to stay up for both of them? Really? I got to pick and choose. We always do Friday night baseball, so that's why we're bringing you the Friday night game. But the Saturday night game, we won't be able to bring you that. I've got a charity event that requires my attendance, and so I hope to get home midway through that game. But we're going to bring you Friday night's game, and then we're going to bring you Sunday's game, which is a 4:10 first pitch, and that pregame will come on around 3:30. So you look at the pitching matchups tonight. You got Morton versus Merrill Kelly. It's going to be a tough one. I don't know how in the world the Braves are favored in Vegas. It makes zero sense. Merrill Kelly has been pitching really well recently. I mean, you look at, first of all, he's got a 2.83 ERA. That's number one. But second of all, he started out kind of rough. And his last 3 starts versus Boston, good offense, 1 run, 6 1/3. At Pittsburgh, tough place to play, team playing good baseball. He went 5 innings, 2 earned runs. They got the win there in both of them. At Oakland, we know that that's not that one of the, probably arguably the worst offense. But look, he went out there and he didn't sneeze and he didn't overlook them, and he went 7, gave up 1, struck out 9. He struck out 10 against Boston. Miami got to him a little bit, but Washington, he went out there 7, gave up 1, struck out 10. Against Colorado back in April, he went 6, gave up 1. He's only had 2 outings that haven't been very good. He has, let's see how many quality starts he has here. Beginning of the season, he missed the quality start by an out. But he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting 8 quality starts in, 7 quality starts because he only went 5 innings against Pittsburgh. But 7 quality starts in 11 starts this year. That's a sparkling resume. Merrill Kelly, I mean, if you're not familiar with who he is, he's been very good the last few years. In fact, he was on the U.S. national team for the WBC. He's kind of a late bloomer. Took him a little while to really get going. Really hit the scene, so to speak, around 3 years ago. He's 34 years old, but he's a 34-year-old right-hander out of Houston. And very good pitcher, high strikeout rate, and you know the Braves struggle against right-handers with strikeout rates. So I'm a little shocked that we're considered the favorite in this, considering the fact that we are, first of all, that they've got a better record than we do. That's number one. Second of all, Merrill Kelly's on the mound versus Charlie Morton. And though Charlie Morton has pitched pretty well this year, I don't think you can really ask for anything better than what Morton's done, considering 39-year-old right-hander, and he's out there giving you solid starts just about every time out, right? So by no means is this a complaint against Charlie Morton. I mean, he's got a 3.59 ERA, 66 strikeouts. You know, this is a guy that you can pretty much count on to go out there and pitch well when he's given the opportunity. But even with that being said, why in the world are we? I guess it's just because we're the Atlanta Braves and they're the Arizona Diamondbacks, and the thought process in Vegas is that we are the better team. That may not be the case at this very point. I think we're the better team overall. We don't have Max Fried. We don't have Kyle Wright. And we're going to go into this matchup. These matchups, I mentioned this, I think it was yesterday. This matchup tonight, I believe, is the key to the series. I really do, because tomorrow's pitching matchup is Strider versus Nelson. Nelson's a pretty solid starter, but Spencer Strider is obviously the better choice. And this guy's going to come in with a 5.37 ERA. Now he's been one of these guys that has had some very good starts and very bad starts. Strider's very much more consistent. So I definitely give the nod to Strider in that one. But Sunday, their best pitcher is going to go up against Soroka, who pitched well for his first time in 2.5 years. But Zach Gallen's a beast. Zach Gallen has, at one point, he had a 31, 32 inning scoreless streak that was going on. Now, he gave up, what would he go? Gallen on his last time out was against Colorado at home, and he went 6 scoreless, 7 strikeouts. At Philly, he went 5 2/3, struck out just 3, but held the Philly offense in Philadelphia to 2 runs. That's always an outstanding feat. The one real major hiccup in the road, he was on the road in Pittsburgh. I didn't see the game. I was doing the Braves game, but for whatever reason, he went 3 2/3 and 5 earned runs. Outside of that, he's been pretty darn consistent. Texas put 3 on him back on May 2nd. But he went 1, 2, 3, 4 starts in a row without giving up a run. Not just not giving up an earned run. He didn't give up a run. And that took in that just that stretch, those 4 starts, that alone was it 28 innings? I think it ended up at 31, I think is what I saw, because I think there was an inning or so before that stretch went and then inning or so after that stretch hit. But in that 4, the second start of the season through the entire month of April to follow, he didn't give up an earned run. And he wasn't throwing junk up there either. He struck out in those 4 games. He struck out 41 batters in 41 batters in 27 innings in those 4 starts. Now, they weren't the best offenses in baseball. That's the one rebuttal folks would have on that. I mean, it was Milwaukee. San Diego's good, but it was Milwaukee, Miami, and Kansas City. But still, they're major league batters, and you go 4 consecutive games without getting up an earned run. I mean, that's a magical run. But Gallen, if you haven't seen him pitch before, if it's been a while, he's nasty. And we're going to have our hands full, and it's going to be one of those games that you're going to hope that Soroka goes out and pitches to the best of his ability, and maybe we can steal it late. Not much of a chance that Gallen's going to pitch poorly at home, especially against the Braves, who strike out a lot against right-handers. And I feel like Gallen's going to be amped up to put on his best performance. I have full faith in Strider tomorrow night. Tonight's the game that I think can make the difference on whether or not we win the series. It's not ideal to have to go into this knowing that the game that could change the series, whether we win the series or lose the series, I think they've got the upper hand. And I think one of the reasons why we're being slight favorite, it's like minus 120, minus 122, minus 125, depending on the book. The reason why that's going on right now is it's viewed that our bullpen is much better than what the numbers are showing. Now, I know a lot of fans will give pushback and tell you that our bullpen's terrible. Our bullpen's not terrible. If you think our bullpen's terrible, you're not familiar with other bullpens around Major League Baseball. You're also probably comparing it to that 3-week stretch in October in 2021 where like nobody could get a run off of us. But Atlanta's bats have, simple fact of the matter, to win this series, the bats are going to have to be there. They cannot rely on Morton, Strider, and Soroka to go out and pitch shutout baseball, and then the bullpen come in and give up marginal numbers, and we win every game 3-1. It's just it's illogical to even think that. So we're going to go into this game in this series, and this one's going to me, I would be shocked if this didn't have a playoff feeling to it. I think the Arizona fans are going to come out. They're going to be amped. And these are the two best records in the National League, if you don't count the Dodgers, who are tied with Arizona. So two of the best three records in the National League, head-to-head. Let's go. And while this is going on, the Yankees, who are starting to play better baseball, and they get Stanton back, they're going to be taking on the Dodgers. In a perfect world, we win this series, and Yankees go out and sweep the Dodgers out in L.A., and we have ourselves the best record in the National League heading into the Mets series, which starts next week. Real quick on that, we'll be bringing you all three games of the Mets series. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. They're all 7:20 starts. All three games of the Mets series will be right here on Braves Country HD. And I know it doesn't get any bigger than that, than the Mets in June with, our lead is dwindled down as the Mets swept the Phillies. We now just lead the Mets by 3.5. So we need, not just for the Dodgers to lose some games, we need Toronto to go in there and do to the Mets what they did to us. Where you at, Blue Jays? All right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Bobby's on the way, and we're going to get into the NBA. We're doing our NFL all-time fantasy football draft. We'll have a lot of fun with that this month and get into a lot of other things. Tones is on the way as well. A lot of baseball left to talk, a lot of everything. And the Women's College World Series is going on. The Men's College Baseball playoffs are going on. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on 99.1 FM WQEE and Braves Country HD YouTube.
If you're making sandwiches, always leave the knife hanging over the sink in case you want one later. Be a man.
I'm 7-0 this season. You auto-drafted. That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate. You didn't do anything. Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today. Oh. I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo. Switched to pants instead.
Armchair.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. Make contact.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
What did you do? Wasn't it obvious? I spiked him with muscle relax and plus my ADHD medication. What? You drugged us again? Look at my face! You ruined my life! You're not my friend. Don't say that, Phil. Are you serious? Even in America? Yes! And we're the 3 best friends that anybody could have.
Welcome back. TGI Friday, Football Friday. Bobby, how the hell are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm pretty excited. We got a huge sports weekend. You got the men's college baseball playoffs have begun. The women's college World Series is well underway right now. By the way, Washington leads Utah 3-1. That's a game that was supposed to be played last night, but because of the rain, heck, I stayed up and watched that Florida State Oklahoma State game last night. And because of the 2 rain delays, man, that thing didn't end until 12:30.
Mm.
And for whatever damn reason, I couldn't fall asleep even after that. I didn't get any sleep last night. I mean, it was brutal when my alarm went off this morning, had to head to work. I was like, put a bullet in me, man. I'm out. They Florida State, by the way, skunked them. They finished the game in the 6 innings, beating them on the skunk rule 8-0. But I mean, even with the game essentially over, I couldn't fall asleep. And then when it left, I had the most god awful television I was watching. I was like, well, this will put me to sleep. And then I got interested in some stupid show that I've never watched. And it's like season 4, episode 13. And I'm sucked into this story and I can't fall asleep. Unbelievable. I'm trying to pull up the scoreboard so folks can see what's going on in college baseball as we're there's a lot of games going on. I don't even know where to leave it. I guess I'll leave it right around this area right here as we get into the NBA. Are you into the NBA finals? Did you watch last night?
Yeah, I did watch it. It looks like the Nuggets are clearly the better team. I think they wrapped this series up in 5 or 6 games. There's not a whole lot I have to say about it. And Jokic right now, he's probably the best player in the league. So I think the Nuggets cruise.
So now you're on board and believing me.
Yeah, I was wrong. I had my doubts going into the playoffs. The Nuggets hadn't gotten it done until that point. I thought they were just a team that, kind of like the Jazz would coast through the regular season, get the 1 or 2 seed, and then just not look good in the playoffs. But this year they've really turned it around, and Jokic has been on another level.
So let me ask you this. That being said, and what you're saying is that right now you think it's going to be a fairly quick series. Are you still going to watch?
Yeah, I'll still tune in. Because I didn't think the Heat Bucks series would be close. I didn't. By the time the Heat got to the Eastern Conference Finals, I knew they were a good team and they were legit at that point. But even then, I thought the Celtics would win. So who knows? I mean, this is a good Heat team. I'm not going to completely rule them out, but if I had to make a call on it, I don't see the Nuggets giving them much of a chance.
What do you think? Nuggets in 5? Nuggets in 6? What?
I'll land on 5.
Land on 5. So
they had that big break in between the conference finals and the actual finals because of how the Heat nearly blew that series to the Celtics. They had a ton of time to get some rest, and it looks like they haven't missed a beat based on game 1. So I think they'll wrap it up in 5.
I think something else that never gets brought up, but it's real. When you go from Miami to Denver to play,
yeah,
there's a huge difference in the atmosphere that you're playing in the altitude. And I think that takes a toll. And if you're playing, Miami goes out there once a year.
Yeah.
It makes a huge difference. It doesn't make an enormous difference in baseball, right? But it makes an enormous difference in games where you're running the entire game.
Yeah. And a lot of players have been talking about that, by the way. I know Paul George on his podcast, he mentioned it. Damian Lillard talked about it. That first quarter of basketball in Denver for away teams is brutal, apparently. And it's hard to breathe for the early parts of the game. So it's a big advantage for the Nuggets players who are used to it.
So what you're saying is take the Nuggets on the first quarter line.
Yeah, I'd do that. I don't know what it is.
I think it's good that the rest of modern society is finally seeing how good Jokic really is.
Mm-hmm.
think a lot of people believe the hype that Kendrick Perkins tried to tell everybody.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of people will just take a look at Jokic and see what he looks like.
Well, yeah. I mean, you sit there, look at him, and people are like, well, he's a slow, goofy white guy. He can't be any good. And I hate to break it to folks, he's the best player in basketball right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's going to last, but he's been the best player. He should have been the MVP this year. I don't care what anybody says about that Joel Embiid nonsense. Embiid does not put up the numbers that Jokic does. They gave it to Embiid because it was basically being worn out on Jokic.
It was just voter fatigue. That's all it was.
Of course, the whole thing with Kendrick Perkins had a lot to do with it. There's no way it didn't.
That's fair.
But to me, that was Jokic fatigue. And East Coast bias too. That's got a lot that played into it. But if you look at their numbers, it's not that comparable. Joel Embiid, I do believe, was the second best, and I have no argument with that.
Yeah.
But he didn't deserve the MVP, and hell, the playoffs showed it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, Jokic is the best player in the league right now, and if he hadn't won 2 straight MVPs, he would have won it again this year.
I saw a video where LeBron James is being interviewed after the game, sitting up there on the podium, and he's talking about what it's like going up against Jokic, and then someone put together video clips of what he was referring to. And I don't know, I can't remember who put it together. It was really well done, but he was talking about, I hadn't really thought of it the way that LeBron breaks it down, but it's clips in the Laker Nugget series. And he said, you think you got this guy covered. He goes, and then he sticks that ball behind his head like Larry Bird used to do. And shoots a 3-pointer from 50 feet away with the arc.
Yeah, at the shot clock buzzer.
He goes, drains nothing but net. And you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do about it? And in the video clip, they show him doing this against AD, one of the tallest guys in the league, right? Athletic. Yeah. Well, he does the shot, and when he hits it, I mean, it was easily 7 feet behind the 3-point line, and he is all in his grill, but he's got no shot of stopping him, right?
I've seen that clip, and AD's defense on that play was amazing, but there's just nothing you can do about it. And how he lets it go.
The best part of it is he hits the shot. He looks back at AD, very Michael Jordan like, where he just kind of shrugs and goes like, the guy smiles like, and you see AD. The best part was AD's expression. He turns back towards the camera. He's got a smirk on his face and rolling his eyes. He's like, "What the hell am I supposed to do about this?"
It's unguardable, and it's impossible to block because he chucks it from like back here,
which is what Larry Bird used to do.
Yeah,
and that's what the whippersnappers don't know because they don't remember watching him. That's why Bird couldn't be stopped. That's why folks freak out and they go, Bird can't be the best player of all time. But if you never watched him play, you don't know. And that's exactly the difference between Bird and Jokic. Jokic is much bigger. Bird could do things that Jokic couldn't do and vice versa.
Yeah.
But they're just as dominant. And just like Bird was in his day, right now Jokic is the best player in the league. And I like I said, I don't know how long it's going to last. Bird was the best player in the NBA for about 6 years, and then his back injuries just killed him. Absolutely killed him. Bird's the best basketball player I ever saw in a vacuum. I can't call him the greatest of all time and all that junk, because first of all, it's a stupid argument because you're talking about so many different eras.
Yeah.
But the other thing is he was not the greatest basketball player in the NBA for more than maybe 6 or 7 years. Now you can maybe make that same argument with Jordan. Jordan was the best basketball player in the NBA for about 6 or 7 years because you can't count the 2 years he didn't play.
Yeah.
You can't count the 2 years when he came back and played for Washington. He was nowhere close to being the best. And the years leading up to his championships, he was one of the best, but he wasn't the best. He was most exciting. I'll still go to my grave saying that Michael Jordan was the most exciting basketball player. You stopped what you were doing when Michael Jordan hit him, and I think strong close number 2 was Magic Johnson. Just because what Magic Johnson could do with the ball, and not score, what he could do on a fast break still has never been duplicated.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's this Jokic, and I'll tell you what, very underrated is Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler's a phenomenal player.
Not a good game one, but he's
but I'll tell you, he's
playoffs.
by himself, man. If he wins this championship, it's more impressive than when LeBron won the championship in Cleveland. And I know people go, "Oh, dude, he beat that Golden State team." This Denver team is just as good as that Golden State team. They just haven't won the championships yet.
Yeah,
but Denver very well rattle off 3 or 4.
I'm not gonna go ahead and put that Nuggets team on the same level as that Warriors dynasty because that team was ridiculous.
Yeah, but
the Nuggets could get there.
You're looking at it from a different angle. You're looking at it as now.
I can see it. Hey, maybe in a few years I can see it, but right now,
at the beginning of their dynasty, which what we might be looking at here with Jokic and company.
Yeah,
look, he looks 60. Jokic is only 28 years old.
Yeah.
He looks much older.
Yeah.
When I see Jokic, I think to myself, did I go to high school with him? He looks older.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Look, it could be the start of a dynasty. I don't want to jump the gun on that yet. I had high hopes for the Bucks. I thought the Bucks could go on a kind of Warriors type run where they're just dominant. But obviously that they were terrible this year.
When your best player says that it's not a failure when you lose, that's all I need to know about the Bucks.
That was a bad look. And I don't know if they've hired a coach yet, have they?
No, Nurse got hired by Philly, which I thought
went to the Suns today.
I really thought he might go there. It was a little weird that Nurse pushes chips in there. Of all the places
Yeah,
and the
Nurses
have come out and said that they're going to keep Missoula. Dumpster fire that is.
If they would have got swept, I think he'd have been gone.
He sucks. He should have beat Miami. Miami's nowhere near the talent level that what Boston has.
Yeah.
So if that happened, that tells me you got outcoached.
Yeah. Well, and I won't fault him too much for getting outcoached by Eric Spoelstra, who's one of the best coaches in the league.
I will, because Spoelstra doesn't have near the talent that he has.
He doesn't. But I don't mind, considering how competitive they got this series. I don't mind them giving Missoula one more year. But if they don't live up to expectations next year,
I give them one more month. Because the NBA is they'll fire your ass.
They will, and we've seen it this offseason. There were so many great coaches who got. I thought Monty Williams, he was a solid coach.
Well, that's my thing. Is this was a perfect season to go out and get your head coach.
Yeah, if you could have gotten Nick Nurse, you shouldn't have hesitated on that.
This is what I'm saying. I think they could have.
They could have.
Nick Nurse would have taken the Philly job over Boston. No way. No way.
And Nick Nurse is a fantastic coach. I get that relationship with the Raptors soured, but he is a phenomenal coach.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They should have fired him, at least put their name in the hat for Nurse, and they didn't get Nurse. There's a couple other really good coaches out there.
There is.
I would rather bring home a reunion of bringing home Doc Rivers than trot Missoula back out there.
I'm not gonna. I don't think if I were a team that were looking for a coach right now, I would not be too excited if you're looking at Doc Rivers. I'm not. I get he won that championship with the Celtics, but with how long ago it was and how often you see teams led by him blow leads, I can't trust him.
I don't know, man. I guess because I watched him win those championships.
Yeah.
He was. I'm a Doc Rivers guy. I like Doc Rivers, but my point is Missoula. He's not it, man. He's not it. And until they fire Missoula, I'm not going to get emotionally invested in these in these runs. They're going to make the playoffs. I get that. They'll probably be one of the better records in the NBA. I get that. I'm not getting emotionally invested in this junk because I can already see where this is going. And what they're doing is they are pissing away the very young careers of Tatum and Brown.
Well, something needs to be said about Brown because I'm iffy on him.
Oh, I'm not.
Really?
Oh, no way. Brown, I would go more in on Brown than I would Tatum.
I'm going to hard disagree with you on that one.
I know, but you don't watch the games. You don't watch the Celtics every night.
Not every night.
Hard. Most Celtic fans will tell you Jaylen Brown is the heartbeat of that team.
Mm.
Emotionally,
maybe. But Tatum's the better player, though.
He might be the better player, but he's soft. He doesn't take over a game when he needs to. He didn't show up in game 7 against Miami.
That's my concern with Brown, though, is how he shows
really
up in big
didn't
games.
Show up in any of the other games. He had a couple of games here and there where he went off. Everyone wants to point to the game against Philadelphia. Man, Philadelphia sucks.
I'm not going to get up here and
he's going to find a way to lose anything.
Look, I'm not going to say I'm the biggest Tatum fan in the world, but if I'm choosing one of those two to build my team around, I'm taking Tatum, and it's not close. I'm not sold on Brown, and I'm concerned about how he doesn't show up in big games.
I'll give you a better one. Game is on the line. 6 seconds left. You're down 1. Who are you giving the ball to?
Tatum.
No way.
Giving it to your best player.
No way. No, I'm not saying what they do. I'm saying what they should do.
Okay.
Brown is going to drive the damn hole. Brown's not afraid to get.
That is a serious concern about Tatum. Is he's not as aggressive as he once was. He doesn't go to the rack. Yeah.
He thinks he's Jokic. He'll go back there and throw a fadeaway from 35 feet when we're down 1.
And it sucks because Tatum used to have no problem doing that. He'd have no problem going to the cup because I still think about that video where he dunked on LeBron and got up in his face afterwards. He used to be a lot more aggressive than he is now. And that is a concern. I'll give you that. That's a fair point.
Soft. I'm telling you, he's soft.
I won't argue that he's soft.
I'm not saying that they can't toughen him up. It ain't going to be Missoula. Someone else has got to get the more emotional. He has got to get – look, he always wants to point to when he used to work out in the offseason with Kobe Bryant. Well, you didn't get Kobe Bryant's DNA during those workouts. No. You did not get that killer mentality that Kobe had, that Bird had, that Jordan had, that Magic had, that all the greats had, where it's like, I want the damn ball and I'm going to find a way to score. And I don't necessarily – LeBron has it. He wants the ball right then, right now.
Yeah.
And you're not going to stop him. And if you get in his way, he's going to draw that foul and go to the line. And I almost wonder if Tatum is afraid to be at the free throw line with the game on the line. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Possible. It's very possible.
Jared's got a question about Trey. I think there's a good chance that Trae Young still gets moved. I know they said that Trae Young has changed his tune. I still think he wants out of Atlanta.
I think that relationship is soured. I don't think it'll work with that team. I think they keep him around for one more year though. Try again, but ultimately
they're not going to acquire Brown. Unless there's a Joe Brown that I'm not aware of.
Do you think the Celtics move Jaylen Brown?
No. If they do, it's going to be for someone who's going to move the needle.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Trae Young's not moving the needle.
Let me ask you a question. Jaylen Brown for Damian Lillard. What do you say to
that? Straight up, it's probably a smart move. I don't love it because of the age factor.
Yeah.
But it's probably a smart move. You'd have a true point guard. I'll tell you one of the biggest issues they had. They went out and they got Brogdon, and it looked like this great deal at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And that dude let every little hangnail, and every time he stubbed the toe, they let that he let that prevent him from playing. What did he miss? 3 or 4 games in the series against Miami? With a minute injury? And I don't like to call anyone to know what they're going through on an injury. The only thing I'm going to say is all those guys that we just referred to, the greats, they're not missing. They're not missing game 5, game 6 because of a minor injury.
Yeah.
You're going to have to, man, if you were going to get James Worthy, you're going to get Kevin McHale off the court in a game 5 or game 6, you're going to have to damn near blow their foot off.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, they're going to be dragging a stump around going, man, I'm open. I think they're going to lock up Brown eventually.
Well, he's eligible for a max, I think, this offseason.
Right. And I would be shocked if they don't give it to him. That whole thing with KD, I never believed it. The way it was portrayed was they were like, oh, well, and see, it was portrayed to Brown like they were going to move Brown for KD. I think it was a deal where the Celtics were trying to find a way to get KD and keep Brown. Because they were looking for a super 3.
Yeah.
You don't get a super 3 if you get rid of Brown and bring in an aging KD.
Well, in hindsight,
off the table. So who could they bring in moving Brown other than the Lillard one that you just brought up? Who could they bring in that's on that same level that's realistic?
There's not a lot of trade rumors this offseason. Not a lot of big trade rumors like there were, with KD last offseason and all that. And I'm not so sure that Dame gets moved even. That's still a big question mark. That comes down to what direction the Blazers decide to go into. And I'm not sure if they're going to try and rebuild or if they're going to try and move number 3 pick and build around Dame. That's still to be seen.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we're going to, how normally there's this big buzz going into July about the free agents in the NBA.
Yeah.
You really don't have those same names this year. I mean, James Harden has a player option. That's like your biggest name, or in Kyle Irving, but good God Almighty.
That ain't going to happen.
I'm pretty sure Kyle Irving's going to end up with the Lakers, and by game 57, LeBron James is going to have him in a chokehold at midcourt. What's the next best player? Porzingis?
He doesn't move the needle enough. I don't think he gets you guys over the hump.
Van Fleet?
No.
Player option. Chris Middleton? Player option, which I think all these guys are going to opt out.
Yeah.
Because they're going to. Draymond Green? Player option. None of these guys move the needle. That's the list. This is the list that I just found. I don't know what site I'm on.
A lot of those guys are probably going to be coming back. I think Middleton stays.
Jeremy Grant?
Yeah.
Grant
would be a solid option. I don't think he gets you over the hump, but he's good.
No, but I'm saying that there's no one out there on the free agent market that necessarily is going to move the needle.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And it'll be interesting. I think the Celtics might make some minor moves, but they might do things. And look, he's a fan favorite, but I don't know if you're going to get Tatum.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me,
Brown.
Horford. I don't know if he's going to come back.
Yeah.
He's at the end of the line, and he really gave us not much.
Yeah.
You need someone who can bring you. Horford was incredible in the playoffs last summer. This summer, he kind of disappeared.
Age is catching him.
And I think they're going to build more around Robert Williams, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, most of these guys that I'm looking at this list, I mean, they're afterthoughts. They're role players. So maybe there's a big trade coming that I don't see, but I don't. Ayton, that's a good point. Dirty Birdie put it in an Ayton. Ayton could get moved.
Yeah.
But I don't see Jaylen Brown being a part of I think the Celtics believe, rightfully so, that they can build around him and Tatum, but they're looking for that third piece that's not just an emotional leader. It's not all about, who's the best cheerleader. You got to have someone who can put points on the board, and someone who is a scorer is what they need. Someone in the last minutes. He's not going to be a guy who's going to go out there and average a whole lot. But you need a guy who in the final minutes can get his nose bloody and get to the rim.
Yeah.
And right now we got a bunch of dudes that stand behind the 3-point line and chuck it. We led the league in 3-point attempts, and that worked out well in the regular season. In the playoffs, I think you got to come up with a much better angle. Anyway, we talked a lot more about the NBA than I expected to.
Yeah. A whole tirade about the Celtics and Jaylen Brown and Tatum.
Yeah, I mean, big old nothing burger going on in the finals, and we just rattled on for all kinds of stuff right there with the NBA. And see, that's the problem with the NBA nowadays. The most exciting part of the NBA is usually the off season.
Yeah, it's always like, what moves the team's gonna make? It's like a reality TV show.
What can my team do? And then the second best part of the season is second round in the playoffs and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gets exciting for opening day in basketball.
No, nobody cares about that. I might watch it if there's like a rookie I'm interested in watching, seeing their debut. Not much other reason though. I
mean, what does that mean in game 2?
Yeah.
There's 80-something games left, and they're all going to make 20 teams make the playoffs now. 20.
Yeah.
That's asinine. You know how bad you have to be not to make the playoffs?
I would know.
I mean, that is asinine. 20 teams make some version of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Austin Reeves is apparently a free agent.
He is, yeah. I think the Spurs are going to be targeting him.
There you go. There's a big name. That's a Jesus. Are you watching any of the Florida baseball playoffs?
I might tune in. I might check it out. I know the 2 seed, which is very good. They had a great season, so I might check it out.
They played 5:30 Eastern today, so
okay.
I don't know if it's on SEC Network or something, but most of this stuff is on something. I know it's on the Plus.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's on the Plus, but if you don't have the Plus, it's right now. By the way, NC State leads Campbell 5-1 in the 9th. I think Washington just beat Utah.
Mm-hmm.
So Washington will face Florida State in I think that game is tomorrow night. The Tennessee Volunteers, the Lady Vols, they will face the number 1 team, 49-game winning streak, OU, tomorrow afternoon. So I'm more locked into the Women's World Series right now. Once that ends, then I'll pay attention to the men's playoffs. But that's I wish the Lady Vols well, but man, that is a tough task.
Mm-hmm.
And the game is being played in Oklahoma.
Oh,
so yeah. Well, the College World Series women's is always in Oklahoma City, just like the men's is always in Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
A little unfair advantage. The only thing I'll say about this, Nebraska's baseball team has always sucked. And like, why? Dude, it is in your backyard. That should be your number 1 focus, is to dominate men's college baseball. Yeah. Nebraska's never been worth I'm not even sure they've got a baseball team. I've been watching the sport for 40 years. I don't ever remember seeing the Cornhuskers scroll across the bottom line. We got to take a quick break. Tones is on the way. When we come back, the fantasy football all-time draft, and we're going to talk about the cool games for the weekend. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country today. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks, Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Full slate of Major League Baseball tonight. Big one, 9:40 Eastern. The Atlanta Braves, 33-23 on the year, take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in Phoenix. Charlie Morton on the mound for the Braves. Merrill Kelly for the Dbacks. Morton's 5-5 with a 3.59 ERA. Kelly 6-3 with a 2.83. Though Atlanta is -130 on the money line, over under is 9. 7:10 Eastern, the Bluejays and Mets get going. Bassett versus Verlander. Chris Bassett returns home to Citi Field, where he played for the Mets up until last year. Bassett's 5-4 with a 3.8. Verlander 2-2 with a 4.8. Mets are -140 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Phillies are at the Nats tonight. Zach Wheeler versus Josiah Gray. Wheeler 4-4 with a 3.6. Gray 4-5 with the 2.77. And the A's are at the Marlins. That game starts it all off at 6:40. Harris at Cabrera. Miami, minus 195 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Got a couple rivalries going on this weekend. Cardinals and Pirates. Flaherty versus Contreras. St. Louis favored, minus 135. The Tampa Bay Rays and Boston Red Sox renew their rivalry. Tyler Glasnow will head to the Hill, his second game of the season. Whitlock is on the bump for Boston. The action in Fenway Park gets going at 7:10 Eastern. Mariners at the Rangers, 8:05. Castillo versus Gray. Should be a good pitching matchup. Seattle favored, minus 125 on the money line. Angels are at the Astros. Framber Valdez start was bumped for the showdown with Shohei Ohtani. Valdez, 5-4 with the 2.38 ERA. Ohtani, 5-1 with the 2.91. Angels and Astros neck and neck, second and third in the AL West. Guardians are at the Twins. Savale versus Bailey Olber. That game is on Apple TV Plus at 8:10. Rockies at the Royals at 8:10. Anderson versus Lyles. The Tigers are at the White Sox. Olsen on the Hill for Detroit. Cubs at the Padres out west. 9:40 first pitch. Jamison Tyon's going to try to get it right versus Michael Wacha. San Diego minus 165 on the money line. The over-under 8.5. Yankees and Dodgers. Tinseltown versus Broadway. Series gets going tonight. L.A. with Kershaw is a minus 140 on the money line. Severino on the Hill for the Pinstripes. The over-under 8.5. And the Orioles are at the Giants. Should be a great series as well. Kramer versus Logan Webb. San Fran minus 160. Over-under is 8. With June arriving in our tradition of Football Fridays, we're going to give you a college football schedule every Friday leading up to the season. We'll get it going here with the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets starting on September 1st. A Thursday night game, 7:30 Eastern. Georgia Tech hosts Louisville. Following week, Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock kickoff, they'll welcome in South Carolina State. On September 16th, SEC Network, 7:30 Eastern, Georgia Tech will travel to Ole Miss. The Ramblin' Wreck and Rebels battling in the Grove. Kickoff is at 7:30 Eastern. The rest of these times are to be determined. September 23rd at Wake Forest. September 30th at home against Bowling Green. And October 7th, travel down to Coral Gables to take on the Hurricanes. October 21st at home against Boston College. In North Carolina comes a knockin' October 28th. The month of November looks like this. On the 4th, Georgia Tech is at Virginia. On the 11th, they travel to Clemson. They come home on the 18th to battle Syracuse. And November 25th at home against the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll do the same for the National Football League on Thursdays. Teams of interest around the Southeast and beyond to get you ready for the upcoming 2023 season. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Or you think you're tough picking on an old man? Maybe you'd like to try taking on somebody your own age.
You got any kids?
Welcome back. LSU leads Tulane. It's like the fourth inning. They're up 4-0. Everything else has gone to commercial, so I'm not sure. Welcoming onto the show's Tampa Tones. Tampa, how are you?
Doing great. Actually, a nice day out here in Chicago. It's about 90 out, so a little hot and spicy and toasty over
90
here.
in Chicago?
Yeah, it's a little hot for us, but I'll take it way, way, way over the crap that we're used to. So just glad we got sunshine instead of a lot of rain on the ground, which we got the past couple of days.
Believe it or not, that's about 10 degrees hotter than the Georgia-Florida line down here.
Hey, well, it's a rare win, but, well, if you consider it a win, I think your weather's still probably better overall, but it is going to rain in the Tampa area, I heard, so not really sure.
Yeah, we still get more hurricanes than you, so, we're undefeated with that.
Yeah, we got the tornadoes, you got the hurricanes. I mean, y'all still get some tornadoes too, I believe, right?
Yeah, well, typically the tornadoes come off the bands from the hurricanes. So, double the pleasure, double your fun.
Wow, well.
It's good times. Like, well, that hurricane didn't get me, but here comes the tornado coming off the tail end.
That's why there's a Florida man thing. You guys are tough. You guys are built different.
Go tough or go home. And I tried to go home, and then here I am again. So, yeah. The real quick on the NBA playoffs, Tones, are you watching or Snooze City?
I'd lean more towards Snooze City. I do have it on in the background. I do have it on TV 2 or 3. It's never my TV 1 for me.
Are you minimizing your porn, or like what is actually on the big screen?
On the big screen, it's likely going to be the Cubs or a probable pitcher I have on the mound in fantasy baseball. If the Cubs,
so then you're definitely not minimizing your porn.
Well, we'll talk about that on a separate note.
Pitcher. Yeah.
But I do have it on a screen. That and the Stanley Cup will never not be on. But it's not like I have to listen to it balls to the wall. I mean, the Nuggets are going to win in 4 or 5, so there's really no point to turn it on. I mean, I tried to tell you guys at the beginning, the Nuggets are for real, and they've been blowing everybody up to smithereens.
Yeah, they're talent-wise, the NBA would have been in better shape if Boston would have got through. But Boston would have won at least 2 games in the series, just off of talent. But I don't think anyone was going to stop the Jokic night train, and Murray for that matter. I think Murray gets overshadowed.
He's been playing incredible, and
it'd be kind of cool if he won the NBA Finals MVP. Right?
Agreed. And Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon are pretty dang good players as well. Gordon last year picked up at the deadline. Not a lot of fan favorites of the move at the time. A lot of people said they think they gave up a lot. He's proved to pay more than big dividends for them. I think he's a big part of the run.
All right, well, let's go ahead and hit the cool games for the weekend before we get into the all-time draft. For folks who missed yesterday's show, we have began a all-time fantasy football draft. We're going to score it. We'll get more into the scoring as the draft ends, but essentially, we're going to take a couple of seasons from these guys' careers. So when these guys draft, give me a name that they're drafting, they're also giving me their 2 best seasons that they want to be graded off of.
Mm-hmm.
And then so like for instance, real quick, I'm going to go over yesterday's picks. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so Tone, excuse me, Texas Trosh, Texas T. He took Priest Holmes and he gave us the years of 2002 and 2003. And Tones, if you could do me a favor and put these in the chat, that would be awesome.
Yes, sir. Okay, so he chose Trosh had first pick, and he chose Holmes 2002, 2003, right?
Correct. I know we put them in yesterday's, but I don't think they were very organized. So yeah, he took Priest Holmes, and it was 03 and 02. Then Doug, I'm sure you've already heard about this. Doug jumps on right before Joey drafts and picks Peyton Manning from 2004 and 2013 as Colts years.
2004 and 2013.
Cool.
Cool.
And he talk about someone coming unglued. I see in the chat, Joey, right before he jumps on, oh, come on, Doug. What the hell, man?
Joey was punching the air. Like,
oh, yeah. You'd have thought I put him up to it. I did not put Doug up to it. We didn't even have a conversation. I just gave everyone, I gave him the same text I gave y'all. Hey, this is what we're doing. You'll have this pick or that pick, and away we go.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun. I think it's a really creative thing, and I think it's fun doing it. You know, I mean, why not? That's an overlooked aspect to me is the history of fantasy football. I think we get so much caught up in the present, but man, I don't know about you guys, but looking at past year's draft boards that have been in my buddy's basement for over a decade now, it's kind of cool to see. It's like, holy crap, at one point in time, the names in round one were like, what?
So when we get to the end of this draft, we're going to do something I've talked about doing for years. We never did it. We're going to do it this time. We are going to start our own fantasy football Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I'm going to get votes from y'all. You're basically going to send me 10 votes, and I'm going to put the top guys in, the top vote getters, and we will start that. And then each year we can add on to it.
That's awesome.
We're also going to bring back something that we did, and it was popular, and then the pandemic hit, so we got sidetracked, et cetera, et cetera. But we're going to bring it back, start over from scratch, because there's no point in trying to go back and grab ones from days gone by. I might grab a few if I can actually find the content, but I'm telling you, it was like right before the pandemic we did this, and then it all went to crap. We did the Armchair Quarterback Radio Hall of Fame, and what that was we tossed guys out of the Hall of Fames that didn't belong in them in whatever sport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And B, we put guys into our Hall of Fames for various reasons, and we'll get into all of that. But that was a lot of fun. I'm telling you, we did one round. We were supposed to do it again like 3 months later, and then all of a sudden everyone's wearing masks. They quit playing sports, and we forgot all about it. And I thought about it like 3-4 weeks ago. I was like, man, we never came back to that.
I think that's a cool thing, though. I think a couple ideas you guys have had over.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was fun, but you get sidetracked and you forget about stuff when all of a sudden, you can't find toilet paper and a loaf of bread is $17 and all that fun stuff that's happened over the last few years.
Yeah, for real. I can't wait. Yeah, we've had the draft. I remember we've had, the arrest pool draft. We've had a lot of fun drafts. I love it, man.
That thing was so hard to keep up with. If we ever do that again, we have got to have one person in charge of doing all the scoring, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it can't be me. I got too much crap on my table.
I'll volunteer to be bookkeeper for that stuff.
All right. Well, maybe we'll bring that back because that was a lot of fun.
That was really fun. The draft itself was a knee slapper.
Yeah. I remember we were fighting to get Antonio Brown, right? It was like right before he went naked on the field against the Jets.
That was perfect time. Yeah, for real. That was true. Didn't you get Antonio Brown?
Yeah.
I think he went round 1.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is the first one I grabbed.
Well, at that point in time, too, it was perfect because that's when he started doing the crazy COVID stuff. Oh, boy.
we'll have to bring that back this fall before football season starts. Because last time we did it at the very beginning of the year. I said we bring it back.
I agree.
Before the season starts. Tones, help me remember that sometime. You know what? After we get done with this, right? There's too many things in the hopper.
Correct. Yes, sir. I'll note it down.
Okay. So you got Holmes, 0203, Manning, 04 and 2013. And then the other one, Joey, took Marvin Harrison, 01 and 02. So there we have it. I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. I got a green pen. I got a yellow pen. I got one in one hand, got one in the other. Bobby will let you pick right or left hand, and whichever one is holding the green pen goes first between you and Tones. Okay?
Right hand.
Right hand is yellow.
Oh.
So Tones, you get to pick, and this will be the order going forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it will be a snake draft. And what I may have to do is I may have to text some of y'all when you're not going to be on the show yet, because I don't want to wait all the way till next Friday for Bobby to take a second pick.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
pick Larry Fitzgerald. He will.
For Tones, without further ado, who is your pick? And make sure to give us the year too.
Yes, sir. I'm going to give you guys the years. This one was tough for me. It came down to a couple of people. Obviously, you guys could tell I normally prefer Bucks and I prioritize the Bucks. But at the end of the day, in something like this,
James Wilder.
You got, James Wilder. Give me all the smoke, baby. Actually,
give me Doug Williams in that one quarter in the Super Bowl.
Give me Cadillac Williams for the first 12 games of his rookie season, please. No, I'm just kidding. All that aside, I mean, if you could nitpick like that, you could maybe make a case for the Buck for the first round. Mike Evans is great, not first round material. I do love somebody who Mike Evans is highly beloved by as well, though, for my first pick. And to me, he's the best wide receiver behind Jerry Rice that we've ever seen play the game. When he wants to play, he's a beast. I'm going with Randy Moss. This guy defined fantasy football for a lot of kids out there with his New England Patriots type season. So I'm going 2007 Randy Moss when he put the world on fire, caught 23 touchdowns for 1,493 yards and 98 receptions. And the other year I'm going with, it's tough. He had a couple of really good years, his rookie season and all that. But I'm going with 2003 Minnesota Vikings Randy Moss as well, where he had 111 receptions, 1,632 yards, and 17 touchdowns. Oh, and 18 rushing yards as well. I think Randy Moss could do it all, and I think a lot of people loved watching him play, and he was great.
All right, so Randy Moss is now off the board. So interested to see.
I'll put that in the chat here too.
I was wondering how long he would last, and there you have it. Second best receiver I ever saw, and it's not particularly close. There's Jerry Rice, there's Randy Moss, and then there's everybody else well below the table.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that completely. In that order too, Rice, Moss.
Talent-wise, Moss was actually better, but you didn't outwork Jerry Rice.
It's just, he took a couple plays off here and there, perhaps.
Jerry Rice didn't even take defensive plays off for his own team. Like he was over there stretching, running routes. All right, Bobby, where are you going?
I'm taking one of the best running backs of all time, someone I got to catch when I was younger. I'm taking LaDainian Tomlinson in 2006 and 2007.
LT 2006 and 7?
Yep. One of those is his 28 touchdown season.
LT
28 rushing touchdowns, not even including receiving.
All right.
That's a good pick.
Thank you.
Went back and forth on this. I'm going to have back-to-back picks. I'm going to wait to do my second pick on Monday with Tones. But I'm going to go ahead and grab my first one off the board. And this is a homer pick. And I know a lot of people probably think I would grab a Tennessee Titan. I grew up a Miami Dolphin fan. And there was no better quarterback in my eyes than Dan Marino. So I'm going to take Dan Marino. And I think you got to go with his 1984 and his 1986 seasons.
My dad would be a fan of that one. He was a big Marino guy.
Best passer I ever saw, and that one is not close either. I mean, he was absolutely ridiculous.
94, 96, you said?
No, by 94, 96, he was in the crapper.
No, I'm sorry, 84 and 87, right?
No, 84 and 86. Nice try.
So, no, I was reading. No, I'm reading something.
Nice try, Jerky. You're not getting me. What would you say? 96? What do you do in 96?
I'm scouting my next pick already. So I was
17
reading.
Touchdown passes in 96, 16 and 97.
Hey, you know what? It's a good try.
Might as well not even draft a player. I'll take him in his rookie year when he didn't start till midway through the season.
I thought that's what you were doing. Isn't that the point of this, to pick in the year?
84 and 86. In 1984, he threw for 5,000 yards, 48 touchdowns, and that was the mark until I guess it was Manning that beat it, and then Brady came and beat Manning, and then Manning came back and beat Brady. Isn't that how that went down?
Yep. That is exactly how it went down.
And then 44 touchdowns in 1986, 4,746. And so, yeah, that's 84 is the magical year in my head. That was the year.
What a time to be alive back then.
What a time to be alive, my friend.
Danny Marino. That's honestly incredible numbers. I mean, are you sure you don't want
that time period? Like if you projected that in today's football, it's probably realistically like 62 touchdown passes, because they were hanging all over each other, punching receivers in the throat, clotheslining anyone who tried to come over the middle, and he still threw 48 touchdown passes.
Are you sure you don't want Troy Aikman?
I'm positive.
His
playoffs. Troy Aikman. Playoffs. Troy Aikman was damn near unbeatable.
Mm-hmm.
But no. Unless I got points for every time he handed the ball off to Emmitt Smith.
Oh, man. That's he's had some good years behind him. The Arizona Cardinal legend.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into the cool games. And Bobby, what's your one cool game of the weekend?
And I'm not going to the NBA Finals. That'd be too easy.
Not? Wow.
I'm gonna. That'd be too easy, and it's not really a cool game. I think it's a pretty lopsided series. So although I don't have a lot of insight about it, I'm gonna go to an MLB game, a big one in the NL. It's Yankees Dodgers at 10:10 Eastern time.
Which one are you going with? Sunday night baseball one?
I think it's the one tonight, if I'm not mistaken. They playing tonight?
They do. They play all weekend. I didn't know if there was a certain matchup that you were looking forward to, or.
I just had the one written down from tonight. Can't remember who's pitching.
Yeah, it's tonight. Tonight's a very good one. Severino versus Kershaw.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a phenomenal one.
And
by the way, the Rays are in Boston this weekend.
And they're doing good. I know they're doing really good.
Yeah, not
what time did you say that game was
tonight, but that's always a fun series when Tampa Bay goes to Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Tones, what is your cool game of the weekend?
My cool game, and I thought Bobby would gobble it up, so I'm going to head here to the world of hockey. I'm going with Florida Panthers and the Golden Knights in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Puck drops tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern time on TNT. Not the biggest hockey market in the world, and with the Florida Panthers, they got a small fan base, but it's very loyal. And the Golden Knights are one of those teams who've, since their emergence of 2018 and beyond, they've really been a stalwart in big-time hockey games. So kudos to them for setting the blueprint on expansion teams in the NHL, and you've seen the Seattle Kraken and them with success now, proven that any sport, you could expand, you could succeed. It's going to be fun to watch. Puck drop tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on TNT.
My cool game of the weekend will come on 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock Eastern time. It's actually going to be on ABC, which I did not realize that until I pulled it up here. Lady Vols going up against the Lady Sooners in Oklahoma. Now, it's Oklahoma City. It's not their home city, but still, Oklahoma's got a 49-game winning streak going up against the Lady Vols, and that should be a fun one. Lady Vols pounded Alabama yesterday. Now, I'm not expecting any of that nonsense going on because Alabama's defense. Look, I watched the Alabama Northwestern series last weekend, and I didn't feel like Alabama really deserved to make it to the World Series. They had a lot of fortuitous bounces that got them past average Northwestern team. Lady Vols pounded them. Lady Vols are going to have to play a perfect game, but I think that's the funnest one of the weekend because if anybody can knock off a team that's won 49 in a row, that would be newsworthy. And I'm with y'all as far as the NBA and NHL playoffs. It's just like, is anyone really watching any of that?
I need a shot of espresso at halftime. Let's go.
I'm surprised there's not like a big UFC match this weekend.
There's a fight night card. It's Kai France versus Amir Albazi. Should be a good matchup. I think that's a flyweight.
Yeah, but that's not like a marquee matchup, right?
No. It's just
so that's what I'm saying. I'm a little surprised that. Of course, they probably thought that the NBA would have their crap together and not play on a Sunday and go Thursday to Sunday and then back to Wednesday.
Yeah.
And B, they probably thought that there would be better matchups in the NHL and NBA finals.
Yeah. Well, there won't be a good UFC card for a little while.
Funny story quick on Kai France in the UFC fight tomorrow. Joe Burrow's favorite UFC fighter is actually Kai France. And when Joe Burrow went up to him, Kai France lives in another country. He literally had no idea who Joe Burrow was because, he doesn't watch American football. So it was kind of awkward, but kind of funny and kind of cool background story.
Man, it's a shame that Brian's not watching right now. That would have ate all over him. Someone not knowing who Joe Burrow was. Bobby, what is your walk-off?
My walk-off is enjoy the Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow. Enjoy the NBA Finals on Sunday. Enjoy all the baseball in college and MLB. It should be a fun weekend of sports. So, yeah, tune into what you enjoy.
All right, brother. We'll see you next week. And I'll get with you about what's going on with the draft because I got a feeling that we're not going to wait until we'll probably get your pick over the weekend to try to figure out what's going. Get some guys in mind because after I figure out mine, I'll send it to you, and then you'll know who your guy is. All right, we're going to take a real quick break. When we come back, we got a lot more to talk about, a little time to do it. Smoke them if you got them. A little past 4:20 here on a Friday afternoon. TGI Friday, by God. Let's get it.
Woo!
He has 3 rings.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, and I can't do it justice because we're on radio, you've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh, my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
Hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's like the worst thing put together ever. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this. I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncey?
Armchair.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
You gave birth in a tub? Yeah, it's a really nice transition from womb to world, kind of like a big womb.
So you're in the tub with everything?
Oh, yeah, the afterbirth floats, yeah.
Must be like the tide at Omaha Beach.
Friday! Finally Friday! Braves versus Diamondbacks coming your way here on Braves Country HD YouTube. Find us today, like and subscribe. 9:40 is first pitch. So it's a late one, but we'll be up with you and bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch. Looking forward to that series. Looking at some series prices, Tones. Thought this would be fun to bat this one around. I'm going to try to go back and forth. This is going to be kind of a nightmare going back and forth on the pitching matchups because to look at these series prices, you kind of need to know who's pitching in each series, right?
Mm-hmm.
And but if you pull this up, Tampa Bay is a minus 150 against Boston in Boston. That's pretty rare. You don't see a lot of teams who are considered pretty decent to be that big an underdog at home on a series price. White Sox are minus 200 against Detroit. Detroit's a plus 150. Man, that is tempting. They got some rookie pitching today that doesn't have very good numbers. That is tempting.
That is very tempting.
Cubs are a plus 150 at San Diego. San Diego minus 200. Those are pretty. That's pretty normal when you're the road team, and the perceived better team would be around that minus 150 to minus 200. If you like the Cubs pitching matchups, Padres have been scuffling in their own right.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way I would lay minus 200 for the Padres to win a series. They're about as inconsistent as they come.
For real.
The one Bobby was just talking about, Yankees, Dodgers. This is interesting. Yankees even on the road. Dodgers just a minus 130.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, don't you think that the Dodgers, I would have thought they'd at least be a minus 150.
Same. That to me, that's a little tiny for that. I mean, that's far travel as well. I know baseball, these teams are going all over. that can't be overlooked either. Especially the time difference too. Yankees are in bed by that time usually.
Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. I found a much better site than the one I was on. I was bouncing back and forth going through all the days. Let's see here. What we got here for it's on Friday. LA, Kershaw, Grove, and Miller. All right.
I think it's Grove first. I think it's Grove's first start back too from the IL.
And you got Garrett Cole versus Grove tomorrow. And then on Sunday, it's Domingo Germán versus Miller. I like the Dodgers in that one. Not as much as I like Cole versus Grove. So it really would come down to, do you think Kershaw can beat Severino tonight?
I mean, I think he could.
Yeah, I agree. Man, if they lose, it's a tall hill to climb.
Yeah, I don't think Grove is taking down Garrett Cole.
I wouldn't think so. Of course, if now Nicole spit the bit his last time out. He still hasn't dropped a game. He's 6-0. He didn't pitch very well.
There's been a handful of teams who have get to him this year, so he's proved that it could happen. But Michael Grove, a good amount of teams have picked him up as well.
So who does Baltimore having go to the mound for them this weekend? Kramer, Bradish, and Wells. And they are the series price on that one. San Francisco minus 150. Man.
There's some good night games tonight, some fun night games tonight.
Yeah, I was talking about in the first hour, man. I would argue that there's 12 really good series going on this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
There's only a couple that you're like, ugh. You know, I'm not super excited about Cincinnati versus Milwaukee, but that's not even a terrible matchup, really. You've got obviously Braves Diamondbacks, Baltimore San Fran, Boston Tampa, Cubs and San Diego could be interesting. So who do the Cubs have going? Tyon, Smiley, and Stroman. Who does San Diego have going?
Tyon's been terrible so far for the Cubs.
Walker, Darvish, and Weathers.
Nothing crazy there. I mean, they're all competent, but, you know.
The one that would make me, if you could convince me that Drew Smiley could beat you, Darvish, tomorrow, I'd put money on the Cubs to win that series.
I could see it happening. Smiley's been one of the better lefties in the league this year, pitching wise. But at the end of the day, Darvish might have a little hype against his former team. But I do like the Cubs tomorrow. If I had to pick him, Smiley, Darvish, give me Smiley and company.
See, the problem is tonight it's Walker versus Tyon, and I feel like Walker's going to outperform him.
Yeah, Tyon's been a big waste of money to this point. I think he turns it around eventually.
Stroman should get the W on Sunday.
Correct.
Versus Weathers. See, it really does come down. I feel like the rubber match is tomorrow.
Yeah. It really is tomorrow. And I give me, you know what? Give me Smiley over Darvish this time around. I think the Cubs haven't been playing great ball lately, but they've been playing competent ball lately. They should have swept the Rays. So give me the Cubs to take 2 out of 3.
Well, you're getting plus 150 if it interests you.
That's 150 gumballs. Oh wait, no, that's not. Not anymore.
I wonder if this site lets you parlay. So let's say if you did that, and let's say if you did take the Dodgers, do they let you parlay
series wins? That'd be,
I don't know if they do or not. I don't see it as an option. It's been a while since I've been on this one though.
Mm-hmm. That's one of those nitpicky things where I feel like some do, some
don't. Yeah, no, they don't let you do it. If they let me do it, I'd be interested in that. But
did you see the Cardinals called up the number 1 prospect again, Jordan Walker? He's back.
Did they?
Yeah, after I guess he was tearing it up the past couple weeks, and the Cardinals figured, what do we got to lose? He batted .333 with 3 homers and 10 RBIs over his last 11 games. So.
Yeah. He I mean, he was brutal. 2 weeks ago. 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 2 weeks a And you know what was funny is right there, he had like an 8 or 9 game hitting streak, something like that. He was only getting like one hit, and he was striking out a bunch.
Yeah.
So even when he was quote unquote hitting and getting it, he wasn't really getting it.
No, and maybe, at Memphis, he flushed out some of those problems, but we'll see. We'll really see because he is getting called up and he should be playing tonight, allegedly.
And are they in Pittsburgh or is Pittsburgh going to them? That's
I think Pittsburgh is
at Pittsburgh.
Yep, at Pittsburgh today at 7:00.
That series. Man, what is the price on that? That's got to be pretty close. Nah. St. Louis minus 165 on the road. Series price. I don't know if I like that. St. Louis has not been playing very good baseball, and you're going to get a minus 165 as your number. Only person's taking that as like a Cardinal fan that just feels like they want to have some money on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not something I'd dip my toes in personally. That's some tough sledding. Those odds aren't that great to me.
When you look at some of the other lines that are going on, look at the NBA tomorrow night, the Heat are getting 8.5. Is that enough?
In the finals, it kind of tempts you. I think in game 2 it is, right? But I do think Nuggets still win. But I think Heat play one notch up a little bit. I would take the Heat with 8.5, but I would take it with caution because I do think the Nuggets either win in 4 or 5. So, the Heat are going to play 1 or 2 really tight games. I think tomorrow's one of those.
Vegas is a minus 130 on the money line tomorrow night.
For the Nuggets?
Vegas? No, I'm sorry. Vegas Golden Knights.
Sorry, I thought you meant Vegas.
I know. I wasn't thinking when I said Vegas that you're thinking, the betting.
My apologies.
No, that's on me.
I like the Knights in that one, but here's the thing: Florida's been playing incredible. They weren't supposed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I'd be willing to. I think I'd be willing to take Florida on the plus 110.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, I think I'd maybe be too with the rest and everything. They've been killing people, and they killed the best team that hockey's maybe ever seen in the regular season.
In overtimes.
Mm-hmm.
Usually these things even out, right?
Correct. Remember,
they have been uncanny.
Everybody remember too, McGee, everyone at the beginning of the playoffs pretty much locked in the Boston Bruins. And what did the Panthers do? They kicked them to the curb round 1 and made it look easy at that.
Yeah, they I don't bet on hockey because A, I never win, and B, I feel like it's just a terrible sport to bet on. It's such a low scoring sport, and it's very hard to handicap because it really comes down to how well the goalie plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you can get out there and ride a hot goalie, and I get that, but I don't bet on hockey. But if I was going to bet on it, I think I'd go Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the series price is.
I'd go Panthers too if I were, because they're technically going to be deemed the underdog, so the money will get back a little better. It seems like on this site that I'm on, the Panthers are plus 110 and the Golden Knights are minus 130 for the series. But that's just Bet Rivers. That's according to Bet Rivers.
Yeah, I've got Florida plus 105, Vegas minus 125, so essentially the same thing.
Yep. Same ballpark.
That's not. I think what I would do is I would wait after game 1 to see if Vegas wins and then maybe jump on the Florida train because I bet it jumps up to a 175, 150, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing I was saying before earlier in the week, like if you really liked Miami, because Miami is just, there was not much of a chance that Miami was going to win game 1.
Right.
They were tired from the game 7. They had to go across the country, the altitude, you name it. Now that they've lost game 1, if you still believe in the Miami Heat, they are plus 500.
And if you believe in them, Jimmy Butler is now plus 600 to win MVP. You know, if they do come back, odds are the MVP will probably be Jimmy Butler. So if you're that faithful in Miami, you got a couple options to go there.
I am not a believer in Miami, but yes. But if you liked, and the same thing, if you like the Nuggets, wait till Miami actually wins a game.
Yeah, if you like the Nuggets, to win the
right now they're
championship.
minus 700.
And Jokic is minus 715 to win finals MVP. So they're pretty much all but guaranteeing that.
Let's take a little, see if I can find it. Well,
Jamal Murray doesn't have terrible odds. I know it's going to be Jokic if the Nuggets win, but times 800, you know, you put $5 to win 40 on Jamal Murray finals MVP. You know, that's not the worst thing in the world, but there is that Jokic guy you got to overcome.
all right. So what is this? College football. Way too early to look at the lines. Well, let's look at the lines. Week 1 of college football. Are you ready for some of these?
Mm-hmm.
Week 1 of college football. Joey and I actually briefly talked about this yesterday. Notre Dame's a 20.5 point favorite. It's in Dublin against Navy. Man, I'd be tempted to go ahead and throw some cheese on Notre Dame.
Same here all day.
Navy sucks.
Yeah, that's one of those games that they just hope it's a close one because it's overseas to begin the year.
Yeah, they were really bad last year. And they've had some good seasons in recent memory, but they have been bad. Another game that I think I'd be really tempted. Vanderbilt's an 18-point favorite at home against Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. Hawaii's terrible.
They blew Hawaii out in Hawaii last year. I remember that game.
Yeah, that was at the beginning of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Give me Vanderbilt all day in that one.
It feels weird giving up 18 points to Vanderbilt, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Vanderbilt's one of those teams where whenever they play good, it seems to be like in the first 3-4 weeks of the year, right? And then you keep asking yourself, is this the year that Vanderbilt and the SEC is going to do something? Then they start playing the SEC, then it turns into the same old. But for those first month or so, they're playing good ball.
Yeah, they're well, really this is more about, to me, this is more about how bad Hawaii is. All right, let's grab another line here. Let me see. Now we're talking turkey. Now there's meat on the bone. Florida is getting 9 points versus Utah.
Mm.
There is no way that line stays that way.
Mm-mm.
By the time the season begins, there's no way that is a 9-point spread. Florida maybe 6-5, somewhere in that neighborhood. That's one of those futures bets that I don't mind grabbing this early on.
Yeah, if you got the extra funds for it, why the heck not?
Florida getting 9 to me seems absurd. Even though it's in Utah, getting 9 points? Come on. And they'd probably let you, let me see if it's that far out. Do they let you buy 1.5? Yep, they do. So if you took it to 10.5 points, it'd be a minus 140, which is probably what I would do just to be able to sleep a little better. Get it. 10.5 points. And the Gators against Utah, and they're a terrible team.
Music to my ears right there.
I don't bet on Florida to do anything well. But if I did, See other games of interest. How about Georgia Tech getting 8.5 at home against Louisville on the first Thursday night of the season? I kind of like that.
I like that too. These are some intriguing lines for. I know
it's being played in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, so should be a good crowd.
You're making me want to look up the Week 0 2023 college football schedule.
I mean, 8.5. Georgia Tech, Louisville should not be very good this year. Georgia Tech's got the new offensive coordinator, the whole 9 yards. I'd be very interested in that one.
Do you know by chance, I'm not sure if you have it in front of you, but Week 0, I just looked it up. San Jose State, USC, that's kind of an intriguing game at night. I know USC is going to be heavily favored, but San Jose State has had a couple mediocre
30? 30-point spread.
Makes sense, but I could see San Jose State keeping it close for a while.
Well, I mean, if you like that, I don't think it's going to get much higher.
I might have to pounce on that. I just think that I know they're one of those teams that's going to be really hyped, but Week 0 of the college football season, they could be a little lackadaisical out there. San Jose State could put their foot down and lose by 28.
Yeah, they just to lose by 28, all you got to do is make sure that you maybe recover one fumble, right?
Exactly. You recover one fumble and you make sure that you punch it in. You just score points, right? You don't turn it over every possession. You just score points.
All right. So the next one, Week 1 of the college football season, looking at the early lines here. Nebraska getting 7.5 at Minnesota. That's another Thursday night game. Or actually, I think is that Wednesday night? No, that's Thursday night. Okay. There's some Friday night games going on. So I guess that Louisville Georgia Tech game is actually a Friday night game.
I love Week 1 Friday night of college football. Something about it.
There are a bunch of Thursday night games that weekend. And there's, 6 or 7 games the Saturday before, Week 0, as they call it.
Oh, I'm loving that. Yeah, Week 0. I love Week 0.
There's nothing that's going to get you excited, but, I mean, honestly, Navy Notre Dame might be the best game. But
yeah, that followed by Hawaii, Vanderbilt, San Jose State, USC, and FIU, Louisiana Tech. There, like you said, nothing too crazy, but you do have some teams that pull punches here and there. San Diego State. I remember a couple of years ago, Miami played someone pretty good on Week 0. Now it seems like it's turned into more of one of those showcases. Hey, we're going to showcase the Dublin, Ireland game. Then we're going to put on a couple bigger schools, not against the complete little sisters out there of college football, but against the lesser names, the San Jose States of the world, the Ohios of the world, just to get you to tune in enough. Maybe not for it to be that competitive.
Here's one that's even more interesting than the first Vanderbilt Hawaii game that I brought up. Is it 5 days? 6 on a short week. That following week, Hawaii is going to be back home playing Stanford, getting just 10.5 points. And the reason why I bring that up is typically college football teams on short weeks don't do well against the spread, and they're only getting 10.5. I know Stanford's nothing to write home about, but 10.5 may not be enough to cover that spread.
I couldn't agree more with you there.
Virginia and Tennessee. I didn't know the Vols played Virginia this year. Wow. Virginia's getting 28. It's first weekend in Knox. No, it's being played in Nashville.
Who's their QB going to be this year? Tennessee.
I don't think they've announced it.
Oh, yeah, wait. Sometimes I forget college football. They wait a lot of the time. It's not like the pros in that aspect. I forget when a big – yeah.
They got a couple of guys doing a battle. I was listening to a podcast the other day, but I didn't hear a definitive yet. So let me see some of these other Ohio State, Indiana. Ohio State's giving up 27.5. Middle Tennessee is getting 37 points at Alabama. You ask them Hurricanes what happens when you give a bunch of points to MTSU.
It's like ripping off a Band-Aid.
37 points. Wow.
That's a lot of points.
You know, the only thing about that is it's really hard to take MTSU on that because they don't really take their foot off the gas.
Mm-mm.
That's going to be that is a tough way to start your season if you're the MTSU Blue Raiders.
Yeah, that Alabama loves those little league starts to the season too. Not that, they faced a lot worse than Middle Tennessee, but you get your Ohio States of the world.
I would think, back to the Vols, I would think Joe Milton's going to be the starter. You remember Milton?
Mm-hmm. I remember Milton.
Michigan.
Yep, I remember him.
He was supposed to be the starter when Hooker showed up, and then Hooker outperformed him. So he's coming back for what's essentially his 9th year of college football.
Wow.
He 6'5", 245. And I remember when Milton played last year after Hooker got hurt, he actually looked pretty darn good. How old is he, man? They don't have that here. I didn't realize he's as big as he is, 6'5", 245.
For real.
They got him as a senior, but that's COVID senior, so I don't know. This is probably a 6th year. Maybe this could be a 7th year. Because he did have the one injury, so I'm surprised that they don't have the age on this. But yeah, Joe Milton. Joe Milton III will be running the offense in Knoxville. What is your lock of the day and your walk-off? We're running out of time. I started going down this college football looking ahead junk, and we ran out of time. What you got today?
Walk-off of the day is summer is officially here, which means football season's right here. Keep it with us for all the fantasy football content you need out there on Armchair Quarterback Braves Country today. As far as Braves Country HD, as far as my lock tonight goes, I'm going to go with the Miami Marlins at home, -1.5 against the Oakland Athletics. That'll be 6:40 Eastern time.
All right, my lock of the day is give me – oh, man. I've been going back and forth on this one. Give me Bailey Ober and the Twins at home against the Guardians. They're -130. I like that one a lot.
I like that as well.
And my walk-off, see you tonight, 9:40, first pitch, right here on Braves Country HD YouTube. Tough one. Charlie Morton on the hill against Merrill Kelly. We will see everybody on Monday here on 99.1 FM. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show. And if you want to catch Braves baseball, catch us on Braves Country HD YouTube. Friday night and Sunday afternoon. We're doing 2 games this weekend.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could, but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cave. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him, kill the umpire, shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening from way out in the desert. Big series. Okay, we got us a big series this weekend. We're going to get you ready for it right now as the Braves are going into Arizona. They got in yesterday after the game Wednesday after the game, excuse me. And which, look, I think it's good that they had the day off to kind of reset after a tough series against Oakland where they didn't play well. There's no two ways about it. We can sit here and try to spin it and blame it on numerous things, which I do believe that the travel after a Sunday night on a Memorial Day weekend, I do think that had something to do with it. But anyway, you look at it, we played very poorly, very poorly. And now we go into what I believe is going to be a series that very well could be a preview of a playoff opponent. Arizona is playing very good baseball at this point. They are 34-23, tied with the Los Angeles Dodgers atop the NL West. By the way, what a great weekend for NL West baseball. We'll get into that here in 1 second. But there are 3 really good matchups in the NL West going into the weekend. But Arizona 34-23, Dodgers 34-23. They are both tied for the best record in the National League, a half game in front of your Atlanta Braves. Braves come stumbling in. We're 4-6 on our last 10. You look at what Arizona's done. There's 7 of their last 10 they've won. So we're playing a team that's much hotter. They're on a 5-game winning streak. To add all that. Now, I would much rather play a very good team on a 5-game winning streak than a very good team on a 5-game losing streak. If you get them on a 5-game losing streak, it's kind of like backing a dangerous wild animal into a corner. It's not really what you want. And I feel like that we got Oakland's best effort because they were coming in on an 11-game losing streak, even though they're not one of the better teams. Arizona's a damn good baseball team. And this is what the matchups are going to look like going in to the weekend. Now, real quick, I do want to hit what I was talking about just a second ago, and then we'll get back into Braves, Arizona. This weekend in Major League Baseball, you've got a handful of really interesting matchups, and they come at the perfect time, right? The NBA's not playing this weekend, not till late Sunday night. So for all intents and purposes, they're not playing this weekend. The NHL's only got 1 game, and that's Saturday night, and it's 2 teams that are pretty irrelevant at this point, Florida and Nevada. Teams of those fan bases are going to be into it. But other than that, that's going to be Snore City, right? And you can really focus, if you're a baseball fan, you can really focus on that. Now, I will say this, you do have the Women's College World Series going on, and you got the Men's College Baseball Championships going on. And the men's college baseball, they're just getting going. They got going today. We'll hit that scoreboard in a little bit, but they are in day one of the regionals. The Women's College World Series, they played 3 games yesterday. 1 got rained out, and so they got a full day of softball in front of them. But other than that, you don't have a lot of things going on in the world of sports. They're going to grab your attention. And so listen to these matchups that are going to be going on in Major League Baseball this weekend. You got Tampa Bay and Boston. It's incredibly huge series for the Red Sox. And Tampa Bay normally plays very well against Boston, no matter the circumstances. And they got Glasnow on the mound tonight, but in general, that's going to be a fun series. Toronto is at the New York Mets. That should be a fun series. Chris Bassett's on the mound tonight for Toronto versus Verlander. Seattle is at Texas. That's a pretty good series in its own right, but Seattle's really got to get it together. Texas is playing really good baseball, and the Angels are at Houston. That's actually a huge series because they're neck and neck, second and third in the AL West. And tonight it's Ohtani versus Framber Valdez. Then in the AL Central, you've got Cleveland and Minnesota. And that's a big series in that division. Now, Phillies playing Washington. You can't call that a big series. It's not necessarily a big series, but St. Louis is at Pittsburgh. And it's an important series for the Cardinals, an important series for the Pirates, for that matter. Then you go down to what's going on out west this weekend. You've got the Atlanta-Arizona series. Obviously, we're going to get into that here in 1 second. Chicago's at San Diego, kind of an interesting one. Cubs are playing poor baseball right now, but they've got the ability to turn things around, and San Diego is playing well below their expectations at this point in the season. And then you've got Baltimore at San Francisco. That's a big series. San Francisco's pulled themselves to 500 baseball. They started off atrociously. I think they were at 1.67 games, maybe even 8 games under 500. They've played outstanding baseball the past 3 weeks. And then what would be considered the big one for the television markets, the New York Yankees are at the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I believe that's your Sunday night baseball game as well. So a huge weekend in Major League Baseball. I'm counting it as 8 big series in Major League Baseball this weekend. And if you want to count like the Chicago, San Diego's, whatnot, you could round it up to around 10, even 11 series that really matter. I mean, the only ones you're not really paying attention to are ones like Colorado, Kansas City, Detroit, and the White Sox, that kind of stuff. But other than that, you're getting big time matchups here in the first weekend of June. And I'm looking forward to all of it. So it's kind of nice that the Braves are going to be playing the late tilts on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon, late Sunday afternoon, because it gives you an opportunity, if you're just a big baseball fan in general, to catch some other teams. So that's the advantage for when I know we all get annoyed when the Braves are out on the West Coast, because a lot of times we can't stay up that late to watch it and whatnot. But especially you're like, am I going to stay up for both of them? Really? I got to pick and choose. We always do Friday night baseball, so that's why we're bringing you the Friday night game. But the Saturday night game, we won't be able to bring you that. I've got a charity event that requires my attendance, and so I hope to get home midway through that game. But we're going to bring you Friday night's game, and obviously, and then we're going to bring you Sunday's game, which is a 4:10 first pitch. And that pregame will come on around 3:30. So you look at the pitching matchups tonight, you got Morton versus Merrill Kelly. It's going to be a tough one. I don't know how in the world the Braves are favored in Vegas. It makes zero sense. Merrill Kelly has been pitching really well recently. I mean, you look at, first of all, he's got a 2.83 ERA. That's number one. But second of all, he started out kind of rough. And his last 3 starts versus Boston, good offense, 1 run, 6 1/3. At Pittsburgh, tough place to play, team playing good baseball. He went 5 innings, 2 earned runs. They got the win there in both of them. At Oakland, we know that that's not one of the, probably arguably the worst offense. But look, he went out there and he didn't sneeze and he didn't overlook them. And he went 7, gave up 1, struck out 9. He struck out 10 against Boston. Miami got to him a little bit. But Washington, he went out there 7, gave up 1, struck out 10. Against Colorado, back in April, he went 6, gave up 1. He's only had 2 outings that haven't been very good. He has, let's see how many quality starts he has here. Beginning of the season, he missed the quality start by an out. But he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting 8 quality starts in, 7 quality starts because he only went 5 innings against Pittsburgh. But 7 quality starts in 11 starts this year. That's a sparkling resume. Merrill Kelly, I mean, if you're not familiar with who he is, he's been very good the last few years. In fact, he was on the U.S. national team for the WBC. He's kind of a late bloomer. Took him a little while to really get going. Really hit the scene, so to speak, around 3 years ago. He's 34 years old, but he's a 34-year-old right-hander out of Houston. And very good pitcher, high strikeout rate, and you know the Braves struggle against right-handers with strikeout rates. So I'm a little shocked that we're considered the favorite in this, considering the fact that we are, first of all, that they've got a better record than we do. That's number one. Second of all, Merrill Kelly's on the mound versus Charlie Morton. And though Charlie Morton has pitched pretty well this year, I don't think you can really ask for anything better than what Morton's done, considering 39-year-old right-hander, and he's out there giving you solid starts just about every time out, right? So by no means is this a complaint against Charlie Morton. I mean, he's got a 3.59 ERA, 66 strikeouts. You know, this is a guy that you can pretty much count on to go out there and pitch well when he's given the opportunity. But even with that being said, why in the world are we? I guess it's just because we're the Atlanta Braves and they're the Arizona Diamondbacks, and the thought process in Vegas is that we are the better team. That may not be the case at this very point. I think we're the better team overall. We don't have Max Fried. We don't have Kyle Wright. And we're going to go into this matchup. These matchups, I mentioned this, I think it was yesterday. This matchup tonight, I believe, is the key to the series. I really do, because tomorrow's pitching matchup is Strider versus Nelson. Nelson's a pretty solid starter, but Spencer Strider is obviously the better choice. And this guy's going to come in with a 5.37 ERA. Now he's been one of these guys that has had some very good starts and very bad starts. Strider's very much more consistent. So I definitely give the nod to Strider in that one. But Sunday, their best pitcher is going to go up against Soroka, who pitched well for his first time in 2.5 years. But Zach Gallen's a beast. Zach Gallen has, at one point, he had a 31, 32 inning scoreless streak that was going on. Now, he gave up, what did he go? Gallen on his last time out was against Colorado at home, and he went 6 scoreless, 7 strikeouts. At Philly, he went 5 2/3, struck out just 3, but held the Philly offense in Philadelphia to 2 runs. That's always an outstanding feat. The one real major hiccup in the road, he was on the road in Pittsburgh. I didn't see the game. I was doing the Braves game, but for whatever reason, he went 3 2/3 and 5 earned runs. Outside of that, he's been pretty darn consistent. Texas put 3 on him back on May 2nd. But he went 1, 2, 3, 4 starts in a row without giving up a run. Not just not giving up an earned run, he didn't give up a run. And that took in that just that stretch, those 4 starts, that alone was it 28 innings? I think it ended up at 31, I think is what I saw, because I think there was an inning or so before that stretch went and an inning or so after that stretch hit. But in that 4, the second start of the season through the entire month of April to follow, he didn't give up an earned run. And he wasn't throwing junk up there either. He struck out in those 4 games. He struck out 41 batters in 41 batters in 27 innings in those 4 starts. Now, they weren't the best offenses in baseball. That's the one rebuttal folks would have on that. I mean, it was Milwaukee. San Diego's good, but it was Milwaukee, Miami, and Kansas City. But still, they're major league batters, and you go 4 consecutive games without getting up an earned run. I mean, that's a magical run. But Gallen, if you haven't seen him pitch before, if it's been a while, he's nasty. And we're going to have our hands full, and it's going to be one of those games that you're going to hope that Soroka goes out and pitches to the best of his ability, and maybe we can steal it late. Not much of a chance that Gallen's going to pitch poorly at home, especially against the Braves, who strike out a lot against right-handers. And I feel like Gallen's going to be amped up to put on his best performance. I have full faith in Strider tomorrow night. Tonight's the game that I think can make the difference on whether or not we win the series. It's not ideal to have to go into this knowing that the game that could change the series, whether we win the series or lose the series, I think they've got the upper hand. And I think one of the reasons why we're being slight favor, it's like minus 120, minus 122, minus 125, depending on the book. The reason why that's going on right now is it's viewed that our bullpen is much better than what the numbers are showing. Now, I know a lot of fans will give pushback and tell you that our bullpen's terrible. Our bullpen's not terrible. If you think our bullpen's terrible, you're not familiar with other bullpens around Major League Baseball. You're also probably comparing it to that 3-week stretch in October in 2021 where like nobody could get a run off of us. But Atlanta's bats have, simple fact of the matter, to win this series, the bats are going to have to be there. They cannot rely on Morton, Strider, and Soroka to go out and pitch shutout baseball, and then the bullpen come in and give up marginal numbers, and we win every game 3-1. It's just it's illogical to even think that. So we're going to go into this game in this series, and this one's going to me, I would be shocked if this didn't have a playoff feeling to it. I think the Arizona fans are going to come out. They're going to be amped. And these are the two best records in the National League, if you don't count the Dodgers, who are tied with Arizona. So two of the best three records in the National League, head-to-head. Let's go. And while this is going on, the Yankees, who are starting to play better baseball, and they get Stanton back, they're going to be taking on the Dodgers. In a perfect world, we win this series, and Yankees go out and sweep the Dodgers out in L.A., and we have ourselves the best record in the National League heading into the Mets series, which starts next week. Real quick on that, we'll be bringing you all three games of the Mets series. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. They're all 7:20 starts. All three games of the Mets series will be right here on Braves Country HD. And I know it doesn't get any bigger than that, than the Mets in June with, our lead is dwindled down as the Mets swept the Phillies. We now just lead the Mets by 3.5. So we need, not just for the Dodgers to lose some games, we need Toronto to go in there and do to the Mets what they did to us. Where you at, Blue Jays? All right. Time for lineups and to get you set for game one of a 3-game set in Arizona against the team with the best record in the National League. Braves, Diamondbacks, next, right here on Braves Country HD. Get your game face on, Braves Country. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the visiting Atlanta Braves. Batting first and playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting .324 on the year, 11 home runs, 31 RBI, and 23 stolen bases. Matt Olson batting second and playing first. 17 home runs, 42 RBI, a stolen base, and a .233 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third. 10 homers, 29 RBI, batting .263 on the year. Sean Murphy is behind the plate, batting .286 with 11 home runs and 38 RBI. Travis d'Arnaud is your designated hitter with 1 home run, 8 RBI, and a .297 average. Eddie Rosario playing left field with 5 home runs, 18 RBI, a stolen base, and a .239 average. Ozzie Albies batting seventh with 11 home runs, 36 RBI, a stolen base, and .251 is his average. He'll start out on the left side of the box versus the right-hander. Orlando Arcia is your shortstop tonight, batting eighth, a .314 average, 4 home runs, 13 RBI. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .174. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Charlie Morton comes in with a 5-5 record, 3.59 ERA, a 1.47 WHIP, 57 2/3 innings pitched, 63 strikeouts, 61 hits allowed, 24 walks, and 6 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Merrill Kelly, who is 6-3 with a 2.83 ERA, 1.07 WHIP, 63 2/3 innings, 43 hits allowed, 69 strikeouts, 25 walks, and 5 home runs given up. Coming to the plate for the hometown Arizona Diamondbacks. Leading off and playing second base, Geraldo Perdomo, 5 home runs, 24 RBI, 5 stolen bases, and a .278 average. Ketel Marte is batting second from the designated hitter role, 8 home runs, 23 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .284 average. Corbin Carroll will be in center field. The rookie has 9 home runs, 24 RBI, 16 stolen bases, and a .287 average. Christian Walker, the first baseman, batting cleanup, 12 home runs, 35 RBI, 1 stolen bases, batting .252. Lourdes Gurriel is out in left field tonight with 9 home runs, 33 RBI, a stolen base, and a .309 average. Rivera will be at the hot corner with 1 home run, 11 RBI, and a .347 average. Moreno is behind the plate with 2 home runs and 21 RBI. 3 stolen bases, a 289 average. Ahmed is the shortstop tonight and batting 8th, batting 222, 1 home run, 10 RBI, 3 stolen bases. And McCarthy is the right fielder in the number 9 spot with 1 home run, 5 RBI, 8 stolen bases, and a 200 average. Home plate umpire tonight is Tony Randazzo. First base will be Todd Titchener. Second base will be manned by Brian Knight. And down the third base line is Alex Tosi. The roof will be open for Chase Field tonight here in Phoenix, Arizona. The stadium holds 48,359. They're expecting a good crowd all weekend to see the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks first in the National League West at 34-23. Atlanta Braves first in the NL East at 33-23. Atlanta comes in a slight favorite on the money line at minus 130. On the series, a minus 150. Well, it's about that time to get this puppy started. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves, Diamondbacks. Late night edition on Friday Night Baseball here in Braves country. Get your game face on, boys and girls. Atlanta Braves wearing the road grays tonight. Atlanta across the chest in red, tomahawk underneath. The Arizona Diamondbacks are wearing their City Connects. We'll get into that here in a second. Ronald Acuna Jr. is taking his final warm-up swings, And Kelly is digging onto the mound, and it's just about time. Baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch is on the way, and it's swung on, grounded over towards short. Ronnie is busting it down the line, and he'll beat it out for an infield single. And just like that, we got one on. Nobody out here in Braves country. Good hustle by Ronald Acuna Jr. He was coming down the line all the way. It was a high hopper. Took one too many bounces. By the time the shortstop, Ahmed, got a hold of it, Acuna was halfway there. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson, good Friday evening to y'all. Hope y'all are enjoying your Friday night here in Braves country. Set for a heck of a showdown. The Arizona Diamondbacks City Connects their, I guess it's a yellow. It's like an off yellow, a light yellow. The first pitch on the way, and Acuna's off and running, and he got second base with these stolen base. Number 1 of the night for your Atlanta Braves. Runner on second, and nobody out. Acuna off and running. Picked a good pitch to go on. The hind catcher, Moreno, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, has a very high throwout rate. I think I saw where it was 54%. So I mean, he's gunning people down. But Acuna picked the perfect pitch to go on, And see, I think they are challenging this. Acuna with some sloppy base running may have came off the bag. See what happened here. Let me see. His hand is on, hand is on, hand is off. By the time that is close, because even though his hand came off the bag, his knee came back and touched it. I'm not sure if he held the tag the whole time. Seeing Acuna do this a couple times before. In fact, we brought it up. I think it was last telecast that he had missed the bag and got it on the back end. This time he just overslid it. So some sloppy base running might be out number 1. We'll see what happens here. The thing about it though, when he comes off the bag, the glove is coming off of Acuna. He goes back onto the bag, and it's right about that time that the tag is reapplied. I think he might have got him on the leg. I don't know. It's really going to come down to, did they get a a good look at it. I think common sense would tell you Acuna's out, but hopefully they don't have enough to overturn it. That's really just hope on hope. Here is the call, and he is out. So some sloppy base running gets Acuna called out number 1. He was safe, and that's all and that right there that's a disappointing reaction, because his reaction is, well, I was safe, so I'm getting the stolen base. But that's not the name of the game. So there you have that. Padding his stats, but he's out at second. The second pitch on the way to Olsen is in the dirt, and it bounces high and away. It's 2-0. Not that I don't think Acuna wants to win, but his reaction was disappointing. The 2-0 from Kelly. Swing and a miss. High in the strike zone. Blew it right by him at the top, and it's 2-1. He's gone 4-seam in the dirt, changeup in the dirt, fastball up high, the 2-1 on the way. Swung on, and it's a comebacker to the mound. That'll be an easy out. 3-1 put out for out number 2. Got him on the sinker. Rolled right over it, and it was a slow hopper just past the mound, just to the right of the mound, if you're looking from the center field camera. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley, base is clear, 2 outs. The first pitch on the way is just off the plate, wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Kelly. Swing and bangs it foul down the third base line. 1-1. Well, I'm not going to get on Acuna across the board, because just in general, you've seen some sloppy base running and some sloppy infield defense from the Atlanta Braves all year long. So when it's all said and done, that's going to be pointed to the coaching staff. It can't be all just pointed at one player, because it hasn't been just one player. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Outer edge, it's 1-2. Bluejays do lead the Mets 1-0. That game got started late in a rain delay. It's Chris Bassett going back to face his old team, the Mets, going up against Verlander. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and popped up. That'll be an easy can of corn, and who wants it? Shortstop Ahmed gets it, and it's essentially 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves will take the field, and Morton to the hill.
Does this shade of red make me look like a clown?
No. It makes you look like a prostitute who caters exclusively to clowns.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning point. His 5th rushing PD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bodden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. Been chomping at the bit ever since I've sold this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra? No one else wants to talk about that? Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They say, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. Say, screw the goal. Break down the fact the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, we'll happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Bottom of the first inning. Charlie Morton will go to the hill. Set to face the top of the order, Perdomo, the second baseman, left-handed bat, takes the first pitch outside for a ball, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball just kisses the outer edge of the block. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery, way off the plate, wide curveball misses. Kind of a flat curve by Charlie. It's 2-1. The 2-1 swung on and grounded over towards short. Backhanded by Arcia. Kind of juggled it and then had to throw off his back foot. It'll be safe. We'll see what they give him. It's a tough play. Say the juggle did cost him, but I'm not sure if he's going to get Perdomo, who runs pretty well down the line. They do give him a base hit. So it's 1 on and nobody out. That'll bring Ketel Marte to the plate. Marte, designated hitter, takes a hack at the first pitch. Fastball, 96 miles an hour, straight back to the screen. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Charlie turns and fires it over to first to keep the runner close by. We'll do it again. Arizona with their City Connects. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Curveball right there at the knees on the inner cut. It's 0-2. They're kind of a light mustard yellow. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and fouls it down out of play. 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-2. So on the jerseys of Arizona, the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, 96 mile an hour, inside top pocket, and there's one away. It says Serpientes, if you're curious on how that is pronounced. I'm sure I'm butchering it a little bit, but that's the English pronunciation. Serpientes. And what that is, as you can imagine, is the first pitch on the way to Corbin Carroll. Good-looking left-handed rookie. Takes the first pitch, curveball on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Is to represent snakes for the Diamondbacks. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over towards second, and Olsen ricochets it off his glove, which throws off Ozzie. Would have been a 4-3 put out, but the boot by Olsen, and Olsen knows it. He pats his chest and said, "That's my bad." So I'd say it's going to be an error on Olsen. Went off the bottom of his glove. Olsen was trying to charge it so he could throw out the runner at second, but instead what happened is that he misplayed. The ball was just out of his reach is what it was. And I would think, no, that is a homer call if I've ever seen one. They gave that an infield hit. That was definitely an E3. But anyways, Serpiente standing for snakes, and it is it's derived from the Latin word that means creep or slither. First pitch on the way to Christian Walker is off the plate wide in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses. It's now 2-0. So 2 on, 1 out. Ball has not left the infield, but the Diamondbacks are threatening. The 2-0 right there for a strike on the outer edge, 97 miles an hour. It's 2-1. Charlie's gone curveball, then the fastball, the 2-1, swung on and lifted down right field line, giving chases. Acuna grabs it, guns it back into the infield, and tagging up and getting to third is Perdomo. So you're going to have runners on the corners with 2 away. Good throw by Acuna. Well, strong throw, not necessarily a good throw. It's kind of off the line. Arcia did a great job of cutting it off, making sure it didn't go by the wayside. If he doesn't cut that off, that ball may have gotten away and there might have been an E9 with the run scored. Riley might have had a chance to cut that off, but it definitely wouldn't have been an easy play. So now you got runners on the corners and 2 outs, 1 out away from getting out of this mess. Gurriel comes to the plate with a 904 OPS, and he hammers the first pitch down the left field line. That's going to be a base hit, and the run will come in to score, and both runs will come in to score, and it's 2-0 the Slithers, or the Creeps. As that pitch was left up high in the zone, Gurriel hammered it down the left field line. And the poor defense comes back to haunt the Braves. It won't show up in the scorecard, but those actually should be unearned runs. So 16th double of the year by Gurriel, and the Braves trail 2-0. First pitch on the way, right there for a strike, curveball high in the zone. Another hanging curveball to Rivera. It's 0-1. Manuel Rivera, 1 home run, 11 RBI, 838 OPS, 347 average. The 0-1 down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Morton looks in. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. Swung on and grounded foul towards third. It's 1-2. A lot of Major League Baseball going on tonight. A lot of college baseball going on tonight. And the Women's College World Series. We'll keep you up to date on all those scores as the games move along. The 1-2 from Charlie. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch and grounded foul again towards the third base dugout. 1-2. Arizona calls the third base dugout home. So the Braves are over in first base side this series. The 1-2. Just off the plate. Missed wide of the zone. It's 2-2. Nationals had a healthy lead against Philadelphia. Now they're now clinging to a 1-run lead, 7-6. And you wouldn't believe this after what we saw Wheeler do. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by him at the top of the zone for out number 3. But not before the Snakes grab 2 runs. We'll head to the top of the second. It's 2-0 Arizona.
Yo. Huh? Let me ask you a question. Where do you guys get those hats with the bills over the ears like that? The only ones I could find are the ones with the bills in the front.
No, it's the same. Just turn it sideways on your head.
Thanks.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. You think back to the sloppy slide at second that put the first out on the Braves in the first inning, possibly could have turned into a run, and then the ball bouncing off of Olson's glove. Braves trail at 2-0. The first pitch to Sean Murphy, who's back in the lineup after getting the day off on Wednesday. He's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Murphy, 11 home runs, 38 RBI. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's fouled back out up against the screen behind home plate. It's 0-2. Braves with another late game tomorrow night at 10:10 Eastern. And then the day game at 4:10 on Sunday. The 0-2 pitch swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. With all that being said, my guess would be Murphy gets the start tonight and tomorrow night. And then with the late night versus the day game, Darnold will get the plate on Sunday. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2. That's assuming Darnold doesn't have really good numbers against the pitchers expected tomorrow. But that's been par for the course as they've worked Darnold back from injury. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Fastball, top shelf, blew it right by him, and there's one away. Merrill Kelly, not necessarily a household name, but a very good starting pitcher, one of the better starting pitchers in the National League. He's on the American WBC team. We talked about it in the pregame. 9 times out of 10, he's going to go out and get you a quality start. The first pitch on the way to Darnold is a fastball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. You like to see them work that pitch count and get him out of the game. The 0-1 pitch. Down off the plate wide. It's 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. They'll get Darnold easily. 6-3 put out for out number 2. Darnold, the designated hitter tonight. Marcell Ozuna getting the night off. If you're wondering about the bullpens for this series, Braves and Arizona, who has the upper hand, Braves by 0.02. So the bullpens are about even. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is taken for a strike at the top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Rosario batting .239, 5 home runs, 18 RBI, a .674 OPS. Righty-lefty matchup. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep into right field. Will it get down? Over the wall and into the pool. It's 2-1. Atlanta cuts the lead in half. Good swing by Rosario, his 6th home run of the season. 407 happy feet, 106 miles an hour off the bat. And with 2 outs, the Braves finally strike here in the desert. I mean, that went straight into the pool. Hard to believe that no one was actually sitting in. I mean, if you got tickets out there, aren't you sitting in that pool the whole game? I am. First pitch on the way to Albies is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Because I've seen a virtual tour of that before. You can see the game from the pool. There's all kinds of screens and whatnot. The 1-0. Down below the knees, it's 2-0. You're going to be hard pressed to get me out of that damn pool if I get tickets out there. The 2-0 from Kelly. Righty-lefty matchup right there. Outer edge for a strike. Curveball to Ozzie. 2-1. The 2-1 to Ozzie. Kicks and fires. Way off the plate wide. 3-1. Love to see Ozzie work a walk here and get that pitch count up. Kelly had a relatively quick first inning. It started off quickly here in the second before the home run. The 3-1 to Ozzie. Swing and fouls it off the glove of Moreno. Pops out. It's 3-2. Kansas City leads Colorado 2-1. That game about midway through. Marlins beat the A's 4-0. So they gain a half game on Atlanta. 4 back now. The 3-2 to Ozzie. Down below the knees, ball 4. And Albies will take his free pass. One more batter that Kelly has to face now. Hopefully continue to work that pitch count. So that'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia batting .314. The first pitch on the way is inside, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And Moreno wants to go out and talk to Kelly. While he does that, we're going to hit the scoreboard. Pirates lead the Cardinals 7-5. That game is in the 9th inning. Rangers 2-0 over the Mariners in the 8th. Astros 5-0 over the Angels. That was Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight versus Framber Valdez. They bumped Valdez back a day so he could face Ohtani. Guardians and Twins are scoreless in the 7th. Rockies and Royals are now tied up in the 8th. Cubs and Padres just got underway earlier tonight. Brewers 5, Reds 4. That was a final in 4. And the Rays and Red Sox were postponed because of weather. The 1-0 to Arcia is right there for a strike, 93 miles an hour. Outer cut, it's 1-1. Bluejays lead the Mets 1-0. That game is in the 6th inning, and the Phillies have come back all the way back to tie the game with the Nationals 7-7 in the 8th. The 1-1 to Arcia. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2. What I was about to say about Wheeler, you saw the gem he spun on us. Then he goes out his next outing in Washington versus the Nationals. Not one of your better offenses. 3 2/3 innings, 7 earned runs, 8 hits allowed, and just 3 strikeouts. Unbelievable. The 1-2 to Arcia. Kicks and deals in the dirt. Good take by Orlando. And it's 2-2. So now he's worked it at 2-2. And even if the Braves don't see another pitch this inning, they will have run his pitch count up to 30, which is where you'd like to see it on average. Good job by the Braves offense to make Kelly work here in the second. The 3-2 on the way from Merrill. He turns and flips it over to Ozzie. Ozzie beats the throwback with ease. Do it again at 2-2. Tomorrow night is Spencer Strider. And Sunday, Soroka back on the hill. The 2-2 inside. Fastball drifted way inside. It's 3-2. Then the Braves will return home, get a day off on Monday, and then a 3-game series against the New York Mets. We'll carry all 3 games here. Kelly turns and flips it over to second again. So not only does he not have to worry about him making another move over there, most likely, you've also got a full count and 2 outs, so Ozzie should be off to the races. The 3-2 pitch. He's gone. Pitch is on the way. Swing and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 3-2. Arizona 2, Atlanta 1. Top of the second inning, just getting going out here in the desert. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, just got a piece of that one. Good job by Arcia to get a stitch of that ball to keep the inning alive, and we'll do it again. The 3-2, Kelly fires it over to second, and that's going to be a balk. So they'll give Ozzie second base now. Kelly went over down there. First time I've actually seen that in action this year. With already 2 moves made, Kelly turned and made a very good turn and toss over to first. For folks who are not familiar with the new rules, if you don't get him on the 3rd attempt, he automatically gets the next bag. So a 3-2 pitch to Arcia, swing, and that ball is dribbled over to first. It's going to be a ground out, and the first baseman will step on the bag to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. We head to the bottom of the second.
Hey, is that a T-bone?
No, there's no T-bone.
Why no T-bone?
Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, My kids, they're real smart kids I got, Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so are you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Charlie Morton goes back to work, and the first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on, grounded right up the middle. Ozzie backhands it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout to start inning number 2. Good defensive play by Ozzie. Ball was rocketed past the mound. Smart play by Morton to know where his defense was and didn't try to make a play at the ball. So many times you see pitchers try to make a play at the ball, and the ball ricochets off their glove and whatnot. First pitch on the way to Ahmed. The number 8 hitter is right there for a strike. Fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 95 miles an hour on the inner cut. 0-2. Nick Ahmed batting .222 with a .555 OPS. The 0-2 on the way. Curveball swing and a miss. Off the edge, strike number 3. And there's 2 outs here in the second. Earlier tonight in the Women's College World Series, the Alabama Crimson Tide have been eliminated. Lady Tide 2-0 losers to number 9 Stanford. And Washington outlasted Utah 4-1. First pitch on the way to McCarthy is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Jake McCarthy batting .200, .559 OPS. The 1-0 swing, and that ball's grounded up the middle. And this time it'll be Arcia who gets the ball just left of the second base bag. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. So a much-needed quick inning by Charlie Morton will grab the bats. Harris in the top of the order will be heading to the plate.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, "If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me." In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris II comes to the plate, and hopefully we can get him on a roll. Completing that scoreboard for the softball, Oklahoma State leads Utah 2-0 in an elimination game. That game is in the first inning. First pitch on the way to Harris is a fastball, strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way to Harris. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Sliding catch, hell of a catch by Corbin Carroll out in center field for out number 1. Lost his hat, had to slide to his right side, his glove side, and a feet first sliding catch, making the play. Michael Harris II robbed on that one. A lot of college baseball scores to get to as we roll along here. The first pitch on the way to Acuna takes a hack and fouls that back. It's 0-1. Washington has taken an 8-7 lead over Philadelphia in the 8th. Games of interest around Braves country. In college baseball, the 0-1 pitch to Acuna, swing, and bangs it foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Number 16, Alabama is tied with Nichols. That game is 0-0 in the second. A lot of rain delays in college baseball tonight. Texas A&M and Cal State Fullerton are tied in the first at 0. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Swung out of his shoes on that one. That one was down around his ankles. And Kelly got him whiffing. There's 2 away. South Carolina beat Central Connecticut. These are double elimination tournaments. Iowa 5-4 over North Carolina. First pitch on the way to Olsen is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Number 1, Wake Forest blanks George Mason 12-0. Florida Gators squeak past Florida A&M 3-0. Heavily favored in that game. The 1-0 to Olsen. In the dirt, it's 2-0. Clemson wins. Arkansas wins. LSU, Virginia, Miami, and Kentucky all win. The 2-0. Down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's now 3-0. Moreno wanted that call, but it did appear to be just below the strike zone. Texas Tech over UConn 3-2. The 3-0 to Olsen, right there for a strike. 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 3-1. NC State, Duke, they both win. The 3-1 to Olsen. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. He'll take first, and Austin Riley will come to the plate. So a free pass to Olsen, possibly opening the door for Austin Riley to get going here in the desert. Austin Riley hitting much better than he was for that one stretch. Just starting to get out of it. You're starting to see the power in his swing, too, again. First pitch on the way to Riley is a fastball, just misses outside. It's 1-0. Tennessee Volunteers won 8-1 over Charlotte. Texas over Louisiana 4-2. Southern Miss and Boston College both lose, and that's your college baseball scoreboard for the night. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is roasted down the left field line. It's going to get up against the wall, and Gurriel's having problems with it. They're going to put on the brakes, and Olsen's dead meat. Bad base running by Olsen, but I guarantee it. I have to see the replay, but I guarantee you. Yep, it was Washington. Washington sent the runner again, and then tells him to put on the brakes, and you can't do that. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor leagues. 10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, jeez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. You know, I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Mathewson. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. They were showing the replay again with Washington waving the runner in, and then just about time he gets to third, then tells him to slam on the brakes. It's too late at that point. First pitch on the way to Perdomo, the leadoff hitter, is a curveball on the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. He showed bunt but pulled the ball back. And I know everybody loves Washington, but I mean this is becoming a habit. The 0-1 swung on, and that ball is lifted into left center field. Diving attempt by Rosario comes up empty. Michael Harris, the second, backs it up, fires the ball back into the infield to keep the runner to just a leadoff single. You can't be sending a runner from second base the entire time, all 90 feet, waving your arm, and then as soon as he gets past third base, start to put on the brakes. It doesn't work that way, especially a runner like Olsen. It's either all in or all out. First pitch on the way to Marte is a strike at the knees, and 0-1. To my count that I can recall in the games, just the games that I've done this year, we're only quarter of the way in, a little more maybe. That is at least the sixth time that has happened, and 4 of those times it has cost us a run. In 3 of those games, I remember specifically, we lost by a run. The 0-1 pitch is on the way, and here comes the runner down to second. He is gunned down by Sean Murphy. One heck of a throw by Murphy. Close play. We'll see if they challenge it. Got a good jump. It looks like they got him, but we'll have to see if there's any kind of a Murphy came up fire. It wasn't even that great of a pitch to throw on. Oh, yeah, he got him. He got him on the helmet by a mile. The 1-1 swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. I mean, at this rate, I would like to see Washington and Young switched out between first and third base coach. I mean, it's absurd. The 1-2 on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3 for out number 2. But Snicker's not going to do that. Him and Washington go way back, but if it was performance based, he would have already been taking the reins off the third base coach. First pitch on the way to Carroll. Whoa, way outside wide, just a bit outside, and it's 1-0. That ball is headed towards the New Mexico line. Must have slipped out of his hand. The 1-0 pitch. High and outside again. A little closer, but nowhere near the zone. 2-0. Corbin Carroll 1-for-1 with the single in the first. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Curveball just misses inside. Ball 3-0. The 3-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. Whoa. Never mind. They're going to call that a ball. It was right there in the zone at the knees, as you'll see it come up on your screen. This is really behind. I'm going to refresh it real quick to see if we can get this thing stirred back up. Now they're just way behind for whatever reason. First pitch on the way to Christian Walker is a swing and it bangs the ball off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Christian Walker leading the team in home runs. Good power hitting first baseman, 32 years old. It's hard to believe he's been in the league that long. Seems like just yesterday he came up. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted down the left field line. Just foul. That was a scalder just below the second deck. It ended up taking a left turn at the foul pole. Probably ended up being 45 feet left of the foul pole. When it first started, that looked like a swing that might get out. Christian Walker, as they flip over to first, keep the runner close by. From Norristown, Pennsylvania, originally drafted by the Baltimore Orioles. Traded to Arizona in 2017. The 0-2. Swing, and that ball's ripped down the left field line, and it is a fair ball. It's going to get into the corner. That'll be a run. And it's 3-1 Arizona. Went with the same pitch in the same location. And Carroll, who can absolutely fly, was cruising around the bag. Scored from first with ease. It's 3-1 Arizona. So 3-1 your score, 2 outs. Gurriel, who pounded a double into the corner his last time up. First ball offered to him is a curveball at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Gurriel with 9 home runs and 914 OPS. The 0-1. Just off the plate wide, curveball misses. It's 1-1. Gurriel came over from Toronto in the offseason. It was a log jam in the outfield with the Bluejays. They dealt away a couple of guys. The 1-1, 96 miles an hour, misses outside wide. It's 2-1. Three to 1 is your score. The 2-1 curveball called for a strike at the knees. Not sure about that one, but we'll take it. It's 2-2. Looked a little low. Pitch was on the outer part of the plate, but more importantly, it was a couple inches down. The 2-2 on the way. Swing, and that ball is corkscrewed over towards first. Olsen's got it. Steps on the pillow in the inning. We come back. The heart of the Braves order coming to the plate.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about.
Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least one at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trailed 3-1. Still very early out here in the desert. Toronto is clinging to a 1-run lead against the Mets. That game is in the 7th. Sean Murphy will come to the plate. He's 0 for 1. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is down below the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Can't really get mad at that one, Murph, because he's looking back at the home plate umpire, Tony Randazzo, but that's the same pitch that we just got a strike on, the 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees. Whoa, that one's even lower, 0-2. Evidently, Tony Randazzo has some very early dinner plans. The 0-2 from Kelly, kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's grounded towards the third base side. Foul. We'll do it again. Giants lead the Orioles 1-0. That game's early on. Should be a fun series out west. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Merrill's cruising here with 1 out in the top of the 4th. Merrill Kelly now with 3 strikeouts. He'll face Travis d'Arnaud. D'Arnaud's 0 for 1 with the ground out. The first pitch to Travis is just off the plate for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's rifled back foul. 0-2. Dodgers all over the Yankees 6-1. Kershaw versus Severino in that one. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another strikeout. Merrill Kelly now with 4 strikeouts in 3 2/3. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario hit a home run his last time up. The only run for the Atlanta Braves so far. First pitch on the way to Eddie is just off the plate. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Outside again. Ball 2, 2-0. The 2-0 delivery. Curveball. Wow. That is a bad call. Rosario hopped right there in the view of home plate umpire Randazzo. He has got a really, really bad strike zone. The 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded back up the middle, and that's going to be a comeback or 1-3 put out. You know, and if you're Rosario, I wouldn't blame him getting kicked out on that one. That was an absolutely awful call. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey.
He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hard-working boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man, and so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Inside for a ball 2, 2-0. Two-0 delivery from Morton. Swing, and that ball's banged foul down the third base line. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing and pops it up high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch just before the warning track is Harris. The deepest part of the ballpark for out number 1. Just right of the 413-foot sign. The roof is open tonight, which means the ball should fly in Arizona. First pitch on the way to Moreno is a curveball called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Gabriel Moreno 0 for 1 with a ground out in the second inning. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's banged foul off the plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 swung on and grounded back to the mound. A comebacker, high hopper. Charlie's got it, flips it to first. And it's a 1-3 put out for out number 2. So Nick Ahmed comes to the plate and he shows bunt, pulls it back. They're going to call that a ball. It's 1-0. Kind of looked like he offered at it, but Randazzo says no. The 1-0 just off the plate. Did he go around first base? Umpire says yes. Todd Titchener evening up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 from Charlie. Fastball 95 on the outer edge. Called for a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball is ripped down the left field line. Another shot into the corner. Med's on his horse. He is going to pull up at second with a 2-out double. It's the third hard hit ball down that third base line into the left field corner. So, runner on second and 2 outs. Jake McCarthy comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. Curveball down below the knees. It's 0-2. The 0-2 from Morton. Fastball caught looking, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So Braves get out of that one. When we come back, Ozzie will grab the bat. It's Arcia and Harris to follow here on Braves Country.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug?
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am a thug.
You're not a thug.
Yes, I am.
How are you a thug?
I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Champ. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and grounded over to second. It's going to be an easy 4-3 putout to start the 5th inning. Out number 1. Braves trail at 3-1. Had some opportunities, ran out of an inning caused by third base coach Ron Washington when he sent Olson and then put on the brakes where he was tagged at third. First pitch on the way to Arcia. It's taken for a strike right there. Belt high, it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Arcia. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to third, and that's going to be an easy out. 5-3 put out. And 3 pitches, 2 outs here in the 5th. Kelly now at just only 59 pitches. That'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris takes the first pitch outside for a wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way to Harris. Fastball way outside wide, and they did call that one a ball. 1-1. The 1-1 right there for a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it off. 92 on the outer edge. Do it again at 1-2. The 1-2. Fastball just misses high. 2-2. Two pitch from Kelly. Winds and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Blew it right by him. 92 miles an hour. And strikeout 1-2-3. The Braves go quietly. We head to the bottom of the fifth, trailing 3-1.
You know, it's a song that justifies drinking any time of the day. But, you know, you just say it's 5 o'clock and it's okay, right? But it only works for drinking. You know, you can't show up late for work and be like, hey, 9 o'clock somewhere.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Wade Boggs was one of the greatest contact hitters to ever play the game. He was also known as a guy who had some weird superstitions. He would field precisely 150 ground balls before games. He would start his batting practice at 5:17 p.m. and he would run sprints at 7:17 p.m. Additionally, he would write the Hebrew word chai, which means life, in the batter's box before every at-bat, even though Boggs isn't Jewish.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama!
Again, it's going to be Crapel, Wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated.
Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him.
Armchair.
These are the saddest of possible words. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Trio of bear cubs and fleeter than birds. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Thoughtlessly pricking our gonfalon bubble. Making a giant hit into a double. Words that are weighty with nothing but trouble. Tinker to Evers to Chance.
Well, I'm of the school that believes that we know the names Tinker, Evers, and Chance more because they fit the metric requirements of Franklin P. Adams' poem. Evers was a great ball player. Tinker was a damn good shortstop. And Chance could hit well. But if you look at their record, they didn't make any more double plays than anybody else in the league at the time. They just sounded awfully good.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is a fastball, 95 miles an hour at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and pops it up high in the sky. Camping underneath it is Rosario calling off Arcia. He'll make the catch for out number 1. You'll notice we changed the scoreboard. That other one was like a good half inning or so behind. I couldn't get it caught up. I tried everything I could to get it to update it. Sometimes they just fall asleep at the wheel, so I'm not 100% sure what's going on. A couple of the other mainstays were far behind as well. First pitch on the way to Ketel Marte is off the plate and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 right there at the knees. Called for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Charlie lets it fly. Curveball just misses inside. Might have got the call except for the fact that he was set up outside, so he had to lean back and backhand it. That's never a good look for an umpire. The 2-1 swing, and that ball's grounded hard over towards second. Ozzy's going to be able to make the play, backhands it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 2. Arizona 3, Atlanta 1, bottom of the 5th inning. Corbin Carroll, who's 1 for 1, scored 2 runs with a single and a walk. First pitch on the way to Carroll is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball right there in the top pocket. Inner cut, it's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie. Fastball right there. Once again, 2 high fastballs inside. 0-2. Charlie trying to get his own quick inning. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, curveball in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Braves will grab the bats. Top of the order. Let's get something going here, Braves country. Atlanta trails by only 2.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. But think about that, though. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in one state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it like the stage, or to abolish it like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar, like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius, like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. 1 for 2. The 1-0 swing, and that ball is rifled right at first base, an Adam ball, and a quick out to start the inning. A little bit to the that ball just goes 3-4 feet to the right side. We're talking about extra bases. Instead, it's 1 out. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Olson's 0 for 1 with a walk. First pitch to Olson is a curveball down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Toronto still clinging to a 1-0 lead in New York. The 1-0 misses down below. It's 2-0. Chris Bassett, who returned home to face the Mets, who did not offer him a contract. He went 7 2/3, 8 strikeouts tonight. The 2-0. Fastball off the plate wide. And typically I would just say that's an easy way off the plate, but he's been calling some bad pitches. So you have to make sure Randazzo doesn't blow another call. The 3-0 pitch, swing and fouls it back. It's 3-1. I think the only reason why they pulled him out was because he was at a high pitch count, talking about Bassett. The 3-1 pitch swung on and hit high in the sky. Bending foul, just gets out of play. And it's a full count to Olsen. They were also going back to the top of the order, so probably didn't want to have the Mets order see Bassett for a fourth time. Man, he was cruising. That had to have been hard to pull him, knowing he was pitching with a vengeance. The 3-2 on the way. Swing and fouls it back. It's 3-2. Kelly at just 73 pitches here in the sixth. The 3-2 swung on, just got a piece of that, bangs it foul off his leg. We'll do it again. Arizona 3, Atlanta 1. Top of the sixth inning. Chicago has jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Cubs over the Padres early on in that game. The 3-2 to Olsen. Way outside wide, ball 4. Matt Olsen gets his second free pass of the day. And Riley will come to the plate. Last time Riley came up in this situation, he hammered a ball down the left field line. And that's when Washington sent Olsen from third and then slammed on the brakes, put him in no man's land, ended the inning. The first pitch on the way to Riley is a strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Kelly came dangerously closer. There was only 2 seconds left on that pitch clock when he let go of that ball. The 0-1 on the way. High and inside. Close shave to Riley. 1-1. They are heading to the ninth. Toronto still leads 1-0. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball, outer edge, top of the zone. It's 1-2. So Kelly can go a number of different ways on a 1-2 count and a strike zone here in Arizona the size of the Grand Canyon. The 1-2 from Kelly. Swing and a miss, pulled the string on that one, got him out in front. It's a strikeout for Riley. The second out of the inning. One on, 2 outs, and Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Be good to see Sean Murphy get into one here. He hasn't really hit for a lot of power here recently. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is a 92-mile-an-hour fastball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Murphy 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. 940 OPS, 11 home runs, the 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Probably a good take by Murphy. That was a pitcher's pitch. The 1-1 from Kelly. Swing, and that ball is hit softly over to third. It's going to be an easy 5-3 ground out to end the inning. So Olsen gets on, but no one can get him home. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth, trailing by 2.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com /@BravesCountry.
Baseball's thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail by 2. Charlie Morton will go back to the bump. 68 pitches in. His 3rd time through the lineup. Due up is Christian Walker, Gurriel, and Rivera. Walker 1 for 2 with a double. RBI. First pitch on the way to Walker is a strike there at the top of the zone, 96 miles an hour. Letter high, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and fouls it off. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Charlie hits him. I'm sorry, he didn't hit him. It was catcher's interference. I guess Murphy stuck his glove out. Either way, he's heading down to first. So 1 on, nobody out, and the first pitch on the way to Gurriel is a strike inside. It's 0-1. Some sloppy overall play by the Braves tonight. Base running. Defense. Can't do that against good teams like Arizona. Morton turns and fires it over to first to keep Walker close by. We'll go back to it at 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and bangs it over towards the third base dugout. 0-2. We are getting some good news. Washington held on and beat Philadelphia. And it looks like that Toronto just hit a 2-run home run to take a 3-0 lead in New York. The 0-2 on the way. Fastball. Gurriel was just frozen with that one. That got a lot of the plate. He must have been looking for something soft because he was absolutely frozen by that one. Looking for the local, got the express for out number 1. That'll bring Rivera to the plate. First pitch to Rivera is swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it. It's going to be a 5, 4, 3 double play to end the inning. So we'll come back in a flash. Darnode, Rosario, and Albies coming to the plate. And we'll have another update here on that Toronto-New York game.
Bad check, dumbass.
Holy crap.
No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
The 1-2 again. Inside corner. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs, win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
Armchair.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career. And they were tough men, hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of a kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Travis d'Arnaud's going to lead it off and hopefully light a fire under the Atlanta Braves offense. First pitch on the way, misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Update in Queens. Toronto leads that game 3-0 over the Mets. The Mets are heading to the bottom of the inning as the 1-0 is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Mets are heading to the bottom of the ninth, trailing 3-0. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line, but just foul. Couple of feet to the right, and we're talking extra bases. It's been that kind of night so far for the Atlanta Braves offense. Couple of balls that they've really scalded that just couldn't find their way down. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is a soft line drive to shortstop, making the catches, Ahmed, for out number 1. Merrill Kelly not having to labor much either. The Braves have been swinging early in the count. He's only at 86 pitches here in the top of the 7th with 1 away. Rosario comes back to the plate. First pitch to Rosario is swung on. He lifts that high and deep into left field. Over the wall! Eddie Rosario with 2 home runs on the night, and the Braves are within 1. The only offense for your Atlanta Braves all night long is Steady Eddie. 407 feet, 107 miles an hour off the bat. Almost the exact same numbers of the first home run. Both home runs, one to right center, one to left center, both 407 feet. One 106, one 107 off the bat. He might want to play the lottery while he's out there in Arizona. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate, and Ozzie takes a strike, a called strike. If you catch my drift, it's 0-1 off the plate wide. The 0-1 down below the knees. It's 1-1. Braves seeing Kelly the third time through. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, fastball. Got right on top of him, right in his kitchen. It's 1-2. Baltimore and San Francisco tied up at 2 in the top of the 4th. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and just keeps that one alive. Grounds it foul towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. Toronto and the Mets, bottom of the 9th. Mets are down to, they've got 2 outs left, 1 away, nobody on there in New York. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide. Did call that one a ball. It's 2-2. The 2-2 on the way. Off the plate wide. Ball 3-2. So he hasn't gotten that call that he's been getting off the plate wide out there past few times out there. A full count to Ozzie Albies. The 94th pitch of the night. The 3-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozzie down on strikes. For out number 2. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. Arcia, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's on 1. If you're watching the game at home, the feed went to commercial and then came back instantly. I'm convinced that when they do their road games, the 0-1 pitch, swing and fouls it out of play. It's 0-2. When the Braves do their road games, their entire production's a lot more spotty than when they're at home. I think they've got someone who doesn't really know the game very well doing their road games in the production booth. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is hit into center field. It's got to get down for a base hit. It's a 2-out single for Arcia. Chugs around first. The Braves still keep it going here. Top of the 7th, 2 out. Orlando Arcia. And Michael Harris II coming to the plate. Looks like they are going to stay with Kelly. Harris. First pitch on the way, swung at a ball around his shoelaces. It's 0-1. Harris was robbed of a base hit in the 3rd by a sliding catch by Corbin Carroll. The 0-1 to Harris. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. He's not coming anywhere close to that changeup. I can't imagine he doesn't see anything else but that again. They're setting up high, so we'll see if that's where they go this time. The 0-2. Nope, that's where they got him. Strike 3. Overmatched. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Milky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher. and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players' League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. You didn't read the memo down below. Toronto beats the Mets 3-0. Chris Bassick went in there and shut down the Mets offense. First game of that series. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton is a strike on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Charlie misses down and away, 1-1. Moreno 0 for 2. The number 7 hitter, the 1-1. Fastball on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Gotta figure they would most likely be sending is the 1-2 pitch. Curveball. What outside they're gonna say he did not go around. 2-2 to Moreno. Got to figure that would be the end of the night for Merrill Kelly. Good pitching performances we expected. If you listen to the pregame show, the 2-2 in the dirt, nowhere near it. 3-2. 7 innings, 2 runs, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. About what he's averaged this year. The 3-2 pitch right there, called strike 3. Moreno is trying to find his way aboard any way he could. He's arguing that strike probably because he's been behind the plate all night and hasn't seen him call the strike zone properly, but that actually was a strike. The young Moreno will probably have to learn as his career goes along. You don't argue with the umpire if you're the hind catcher. You want to get every call you can next inning. First pitch on the way to Nick Ahmed is a ball on the outer edge. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie quickly back to work, drops down a bunt, and it's going to dribble foul towards third base dugout. It's 1-1. So Phillies lose, Mets lose. Braves would have an opportunity to gain some ground. Marlins did win. The 1-1. High and inside. Fastball misses. It's 2-1. So Miami will pull even with the Mets. The 2-1 misses way outside. It's 3-1. Charlie Morton at 85 pitches here in the 7th. This has got to be his last inning if he makes it through the 7th. The 3-1. Right there for a strike. It's 3-2. About time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. Looks like Colin McHugh warming up in the Braves bullpen. The 3-2 off the plate wide, ball 4. On this date in 1883, using 17 huge arc lights that provided 4,000 candle power each at Fort Wayne's League Park, the Quincy's become the first professional baseball team to play under the lights. The Northwestern League's club from Illinois beat the local Methodist College team 19-11 in 7 innings. First pitch on the way to McCarthy. Tries to drop a bunt, and the ball actually skips in between his legs, doesn't hit him. They're going to call that a ball, but I'm telling you right now, that should have been a strike because he offered at it. Another terrible call by Randazzo. I don't know if I've seen him on the card before. I don't know if I've seen him behind the plate. He is not good. It's the nicest way I can put that. The 1-0 way outside wide curveball misses about 2 feet out of the zone. 2-0. Murphy goes out there to chat. 2,000 people watched the game under the lights in 1883, paid 25 cents to attend the game. And I bet they were raising Cain about those prices in 1883. On this date, 1935, Braves outfielder Babe Ruth announces his retirement from baseball. The 40-year-old former Yankee wanted to retire 3 weeks sooner, but stayed when team owner Elmer Fuchs, as the 2-0 pitch is a swing and a miss strike on the outer edge, it's 2-1, persuaded him to continue to play because Boston hadn't played in every National League park yet. The 2-1 fastball intercut, 96 on the black. It's 2-2. And on this date, 1990, Randy Johnson, the big unit, blinks the Detroit Tigers 2-0, becoming the first Mariner to pitch a no-hitter in franchise history. The 2-2 down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-2. The southpaw strikes out 8 while walking 6 in his first no-hitter thrown in the 14-year existence of the Kingdom. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball on the inner part of the plate, just off the plate inside. McCarthy went fishing for it. And on this date, 1995, Todd Helton, who will spend his 17-year career with the Colorado Rockies, is selected in the first round, 8th overall by Colorado in the draft. The Tennessee Volunteer first baseman was the Vols' backup quarterback behind Peyton Manning. I circled that one because that one means a lot to me. A couple of days after he was drafted, he came through the town I was living in at the time. They were heading out to Colorado to sign the contract. First pitch on the way to Perdomo is a strike right there over the plate. It's 0-1. And Helton and his parents, I was serving bartending back then, and Helton and his parents came and sat in my section. And I remember talking to him at the time about being drafted, the 0-1 down below the knees. For a ball, it's 1-1. I always followed his career because of that. Really nice people that just happened to cross paths with that day. The 1-1 pitch, fastball inside, 2-1. And why he's not in the Hall of Fame is an absolute absurdity. Perdomo, 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a run. The 2-1 pitch, right there, first strike, curveball, outer edge, it's 2-2. So you got a runner on first and 2 outs. A 2-2 count. Could be Morton's final pitch. Well, all in all, has pitched a pretty good ball game. He's been charged with 3 earned runs, but really should be only 1. The 2-2. Swing and bangs it foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and just got a piece of that to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2. If y'all remember Logan's Roadhouse that used to be around in the Southeast for years, that was the steakhouse I was working at when Helton and his family came in that day. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and that ball's blasted into the right field, and that ball is going to be caught at the wall. A leaping catch by Ronald Acuna Jr. may have even saved a home run. It was right there on the line at the wall to end the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 8th. Acuna, Olsen, Riley coming to the plate.
What? No, you are promoting a benefit to clothe homeless people. You can't come out dressed like that. You're all puffed up. You look like you're going to swing in on a chandelier.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that in fact Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting one game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by just 1. We head to the 8th inning. And after taking a second look at that, indeed, he did steal a home run. When he first let loose of that ball, I thought that thing was going into the upper deck, but it quickly died. The first pitch on the way from Adams, who comes into the game, misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. Austin Adams, a 3 ERA in 3 innings pitched. Big right-hander. Kicks and deals and kind of a sidearm delivery. Flips it way high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Cunha came out of his shoes on that slider on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The 2-1 right there, top of the zone. 2-2. Be interesting to see if he has that same delivery for Olsen. You'd think a left-hander could pick up on that pretty well. I could see where a right-hander would struggle with that. Acuna calls for time. Dodgers lead the Yankees 7-2. That game is in the 5th. The 2-2. Slider off the plate wide. Ball 3-2. So a full count to Ronald Acuna Jr. Matt Olson stands on deck. The Braves trail by only 1 here in the top of the 8th. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 86 miles an hour, and I don't know how he missed it. His bat must be made of Swiss cheese because he went right through that pitch for out number 1. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Olson takes a hack at the first pitch, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Baltimore and San Francisco tied at 2 in the 5th. The 0-1 pitch on the way. High and outside. It's 1-1. About time for birthdays here on Braves Country Baseball. Try to squeeze them in as we go along. The 1-1 to Olson. Down below the knees. Good take by Matty. That thing just died off the plate. 2-1. Happy 51st birthday to Raul Ibanez. Played for Philly, Seattle, Kansas City. The 2-1 pitch, way outside wide, ball 3-1. Banyas was on that 09 Philly championship team. Banyas had 305 home runs and 1,200 RBI in his career. The 3-1 swing and just got a piece of that. Bangs it foul. It's 3-2. So you got a full count to Olsen. 1 out here in the 8th. Chris Martin, the ex-Atlanta Brave, 2021 Chris Martin. He turns 37 today. Adams looks in, gets the sign, and swing and a miss, strike 3. Looked like a slider that just dove in. Nasty pitch for out number 2. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Mike Stanton played from the Braves from 89 to 95 and then the Yankees from 97 to 2002. So he's got 4 World Series rings. It's his birthday today. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0 way outside, 2-0, 94 miles an hour. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high in the sky, not very deep. It'll be an easy out, number 3. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Braves trail by 1.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend, so just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will come into the game. McHugh with a 3.54 ERA in 20 innings, 11 strikeouts, 10 walks. McHugh will go to work, the heart of the Arizona lineup, try to keep it a 1-run game. Keep the Braves within striking distance heading into the 9th inning. McHugh looks in, kicks and deals, and that ball's popped up high and shallow. Running in, making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. into right field for out number 1. Good running defensive play by Acuna. He's made a couple of good defensive plays. You wonder what could have been had he not made the base running gaff. or the bad base coaching by Washington that led to Olsen getting thrown out. First pitch on the way to Carroll. It's a swing and a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there on the inner edge. Called for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 to Carroll. Down below the knees. Taken for a ball. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Called strike 3 on the outer edge. Caught looking. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. Christian Walker coming to the plate, the cleanup hitter for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the first pitch on the way to Walker is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and grounded over to third. Riley's got it. Flips it over to first. And it's a 5-3 putout. We will be back in a flash and hopefully score a couple of runs to keep us alive as we head to the 9th inning.
I feel so bad about lying. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work.
He'd probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder, a former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle. He transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished third spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Yeah, Eric, I've wanted to change there for a hot minute. I just say, why not at least flip-flop him and EY and give EY a chance over at third base? Don't get me wrong, I like Washington. I just think he's always done a bad job at the third base coach. He always seems hesitant. He'll send a guy, and he got very fortunate in the 2021 run. There were some plays that he sent guys that he was fortunate didn't get gunned down. That'll bring Miguel Castro into the game. Castro, former New York Met, if you remember him, comes in the high socks, and the first pitch on the way to Murphy is 97-mile-an-hour fastball fouled off of Murphy's leg. It's 0-1. Murphy 0 for 3 on the night. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is grounded up the middle. That should be played. No, the ball's going to be thrown off the bag, and Murphy is safe at first. Murphy hustling all the way, but we know he doesn't have the greatest of speed. Shortstop Ahmed had to do a pirouette, try to throw it up the line. Walker did a good job making sure that ball didn't get past him. Murphy is safe, and yep, they will pinch run for him, excuse me. Murphy will be pinch ran for by Hilliard. Travis d'Arnaud coming to the plate. What that'll probably mean in this circumstance, unless they change it, would be if d'Arnaud goes behind the plate, we will lose our designated hitter. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike. Inner part of the zone, it's 0-1. So that'll only be an issue if this game goes several innings. But you kind of have to do that because Murphy runs so slow. Unless you can just guarantee me d'Arnaud's going to hit one out of the park. The 0-1 pitch off the plate, called for a wide strike, it's 0-2. So Sam Hilliard replaces Murphy at first. We know he can fly. Whether or not they'll send him, Moreno's got an incredible throwout rate. The 0-2 off the plate wide, taken for a ball, it's 1-2. To be fair, home plate umpire Randazzo has been calling that a wide strike all night long, so d'Arnaud needs to be careful. The 1-2 pitch called. They're going to check down the line. He did not go around. It's 2-2. So on back-to-back pitches, they've tried to get him down and away with the slider. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track, at the wall, making the catch for out number one, and Hilliard does not tag up. Sam Hilliard does not tag up. A good catch at the wall. Wouldn't call it really a great catch, more of a good catch, kind of a clumsy catch by Gurriel. But Hilliard does not tag up. I guess he was standing at second when that whole thing was going on. He should be standing on second right now, but instead, we're going to have runner on first with one out. Unbelievable. That'll bring Rosario to the plate. Rosario takes the first pitch for a strike outside wide. It's 0-1, 98 miles an hour. Rosario is hitting 2 home runs so far tonight. One to right center, one to left center. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's rifled up the middle against the shift. Hilliard was on his horse, slid into second, realized what happened. He jumps up, hustles over to third, and we've got runners on the corners with one away. So a good hit and run put on there. He corkscrewed it against the defense. The shortstop was playing deep and just to the left of the second base bag. He had to charge in to cover the bag because of Hilliard on the run. And because of that, he couldn't make the play. So runners on the corners, one out. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Ozzie Albies is 0 for 2 on the night with a walk. Struck out his last time up. Orlando Arcia is on deck. Michael Harris in the hole. If this were old school baseball back in the good old days, as they would say, Ozzie would know how to handle the bat and you could run a squeeze play, but I doubt Ozzie's ever ran one in his entire career. So they're going to try to lift the ball out to the outfield and score that way. So righty-lefty matchup, the first pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Castro coming in at 99 miles an hour. Remember when he was at New York? I remember it being a hard throw, but I don't remember him being up that high. Tall, skinny right-hander. The 0-1. Swung on and lifted high. Will it stay in play? It will not. Bend out of play for a long strike number 2. If that would have stayed in play, that would have scored Hilliard easily. So Ozzie Albies should be a tough double play here when you got Rosario and Albies. So you would hope if he does ground the ball, he could beat it out in time for Hilliard to score. Arizona is in double play depth. The 0-2 on the way in the dirt. Good take by Ozzie. That had to have been a hard take. That pitch was down around the knees, taking a nosedive. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. They set up outside. Swing, and that ball's lifted high. Not very deep. Will they send him? Here comes the throw. No, they're going to put on the brakes. I think he probably would have been dead meat. You never know. It's a pretty good throw. Hilliard does run well, but it would have taken a lot for that to score. I think he would have been dead meat. So instead, a weak pop-up puts it all on Orlando Arcia. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Harris is on deck. A base hit, a wild pitch, a balk. Number of ways to score here. The first pitch on the way, swung on, and ball sawed off down the right field line, foul. It's 0-1. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, an 0-1 count. The 15th pitch of the inning. Swing, and that ball's a comebacker. Easy ground out. 1-3 put out for out number 3. That'll end the game. The Braves put a scare into the Dbacks here in the 9th, but couldn't come through. The Braves drop a tough one, 3-2, the first game of a 3-game set. Braves will fall to 33-24 on the season. Arizona will go to 35-23. The good news is the Mets lost, the Phillies lost. Miami did win, so the Braves will be just 3.5 games in front of both Miami and New York when you wake up tomorrow morning. Atlanta, man, that's kind of a disappointing crowd. Only 27,469 make it out there in Arizona tonight. 57% capacity. I was listening today, and they were expecting it to be 75 to 80% full out there. Braves take one on the chin. Tough game. Merrill Kelly pitched a good ball game. 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts. Adams gets the hold, Castro the win. Charlie Morton will take the tough loss. Braves will be back at it tomorrow night. Spencer Strider on the hill for your Atlanta Braves. We'll have the pitching matchup we want tomorrow night. Braves tomorrow night, 10-10 first pitch. Atlanta will be going up against Arizona's Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson, 1.44 whip and a 5.37 ERA. So Atlanta should have a chance to score some runs. Spencer Strider will go to the hill, and hopefully we can even this series. We will be back at it on Sunday. 4:10 is the first pitch. Pre-game show will come on at 3:30. And we will give you pitch by pitch, play by play. That'll be Michael Soroka on the mound versus Zach Gallen, another tough customer. We're getting Arizona's two best pitchers in this series. And Zach Gallen is a little better than Merrill Kelly. Hopefully we can get to him and somehow win this series, but we got to win tomorrow night to even start inching towards that. Braves lose a tough one. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Braves lose 3-2. Spencer Strider tomorrow. Mike Soroka on Sunday. We will have the call. 4:10 first pitch.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today, wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Ha, ha. Gonna get another cigarette, please.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm, in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent Psy. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.